Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malane. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 28. The Brahman Who Lost His Treasure, from the Sanskrit. There is a city named Sravasti, and in it there lived in old time a king of the name of Prasenajit. And one day a strange Brahman arrived in that city. A merchant, thinking he was virtuous because he lived on rice in the husk, provided him a lodging there in the house of a Brahman. There he was loaded by him every day with presents of unhusked rice and other gifts, and gradually by other great merchants also, who came to hear his story. In this way the miserly fellow gradually accumulated 1,000 dinars, and, going to the forest, he dug a hole and buried it in the ground. And he went every day and examined the spot. One day he saw that the hole in which he had hidden his gold had been reopened, and that all the gold had gone. When he saw that hole empty, his soul was smitten, and not only was there a void in his heart, but the whole universe seemed to him to be void also. And then he came crying to the Brahman in whose house he lived, and when questioned, he told him his whole story, and he made up his mind to go to a holy bathing place and starve himself to death. Then the merchant who supplied him with food, hearing of it, came there with others and said to him, "Brahman, why do you long to die for the loss of your wealth? Wealth, like an unseasonable cloud, suddenly comes and goes." Though plied by him with these and similar arguments, he would not abandon his fixed determination to commit suicide, for wealth is dearer to the miser than life itself. But when the Brahman was going to the holy place to commit suicide, the king Prasenajit himself, having heard of it, came to him and asked him, "Brahman, do you know of any mark by which you can recognize the place where you buried your dinars?" When the Brahman heard that, he said, "There is a small tree in the wood there. I buried that wealth at its foot." When the king heard that, he said, "I will find that wealth and give it back to you, or I will give it to you from my own treasury. Do not commit suicide, Brahman." After saying this, and so diverting the Brahman from his intention of committing suicide, the king entrusted him to the care of the merchant, and retired to his palace. He pretended to have a headache, and sending out the doorkeeper, he summoned all the physicians in the city by proclamation with beat of drum. And he took aside every single one of them and questioned him privately in the following words: "What patients have you here, and how many? And what medicine have you prescribed for each?" And they thereupon, one by one, answered all the king's questions. Then one among the physicians, when his turn came to be questioned, said this: "The merchant, Matridatta, has been out of sorts, O king, and this is the second day that I have prescribed for him Nagabala." When the king heard that, he sent for the merchant, and said to him, "Tell me, who fetched you the Nagabala?" The merchant said, "My servant, your highness." When the king got this answer from the merchant, he quickly summoned the servant, and said to him, "Give up that treasure belonging to a Brahman, consisting of a store of dinars which you found when you were digging at the foot of a tree for Nagabala." When the king said this to him, the servant was frightened and confessed immediately, and bringing those dinars left them there. So the king, for his part, summoned the Brahman and gave him, who had been fasting in the meanwhile, his dinars, lost and found again, like a second soul external to his body. End of section 28. Recording by Malane.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 29. The Duel of the Two Sharpers from the 1001 Nights. There was once in the city of Baghdad a man hight Al-Marwazi, who was a sharper and ruined the folk with his rogueries, and he was renowned in all quarters for knavery. He went out one day carrying a load of small pebbles, and swore to himself that he would not return to his lodging till he had sold it at the price of raisins. Now there was in another city a second sharper hight Al-Razi, one of its worst, who went out the same day bearing a load of round stones, anent which he too had sworn to himself that he would not sell it but at the price of sun-dried figs. So the twain fared on with that which was by them, and ceased not going till they met in one of the khans, and one complained to other of what he had suffered on travel in quest of gain, and of the little demand for his wares. Now each of them had it in mind to cheat his fellow. So the man of Marv said to the man of Ray, "Wilt thou sell me that?" He said, "Yes," and the other continued, "And wilt thou buy that which is with me?" The man of Ray consented. So they agreed upon this, and each of them sold to his mate that which was with him in exchange for the other's, after which they bade farewell and both fared forth. As soon as the twain were out of sight, they examined their loads to see what was therein, and one of them found that he had a load of small pebbles, and the other that he had a load of round stones, whereupon each of them turned back in quest of his fellow. They met again in the khan, and laughing at each other, cancelled their bargain. Then they agreed to enter into partnership, and that all they had of money and other good should be in common share and share alike. Then quoth Al-Razi to Al-Marwazi, "Come with me to my city, for that 'tis nearer than thine." So he went with him, and when he arrived at his quarters, he said to his wife and household and neighbours, "This is my brother, who hath been absent in the land of Khorasan, and is come back." And he abode with him in all honour for a space of 3 days. On the 4th day Al-Razi said to him, "Know, O my brother, that I purpose to do something." The other asked, "What is it?" And the first answered, "I mean to feign myself dead, and do thou go to the bazar and hire 2 porters and a bier. Then take me up and go about the streets and markets with my body and collect alms on my account." Note: Moslems are bound to see true believers decently buried, and the poor often beg alms for the funeral. End of note. Accordingly the Marv man repaired to the market, and fetching that which he sought, returned to the Rayman's house, where he found his fellow cast down in the entrance passage, with his beard tied and his eyes shut, and his complexion was paled and his limbs were loose. So he deemed him really dead, and shook him, but he spoke not. Then he took a knife and pricked his feet, but he budged not. Presently said Al-Razi, "What is this, O fool?" And said Al-Marwazi, "I deemed thou wast dead in very deed." Al-Razi cried, "Get thee to business and leave funning." So he took him up and went with him to the market, and collected alms for him that day till eventide, when he bore him back to his abode and waited till the morrow. Next morning he again took up the bier and walked round with it as before, in quest of charity. Presently the chief of police, who was of those who had given him alms on the previous day, met him. So he was angered and fell on the porters and beat them, and took the dead body, saying, "I will bury him and win reward in heaven." So his followers took him up, and carrying him to the police officer, fetched grave diggers who dug him a grave. Then they brought him a shroud and perfumes and fetched an old man of the quarter to wash him. So the Shaykh recited over him the appointed prayers and laying him on the bench, washed him and shrouded him. When the dead man found himself alone, he sprang up as he were a Satan, and donning the corpse washer's dress, took the cups and water can and wrapped them up in the napkins. Then he clapped his shroud under his armpit and went out. The doorkeepers thought that he was the washer and asked him, "Hast thou made an end of the washing, so we may acquaint the Emir?" The sharper answered, "Yes," and made off to his abode, where he found the Marman awooing his wife and saying to her, "By the life, thou wilt never again look upon his face, for the best reason that by this time he is buried. I myself escaped not from them but after toil and trouble, and if he speak they will do him to death." Quoth she, "And what wouldst thou have of me?" And quoth he, "Be mine, for I am better than thy husband." Now when the Rayman heard this, he rushed in upon them, and when Al Marwazi saw him, he wondered at him and said to him, "How didst thou make thine escape?" Accordingly he told him the trick he had played, and they abode talking of that which they had collected from the folk, and indeed they had gotten great store of money. Then said the man of Marw, "In very sooth, mine absence hath been prolonged, and lief would I return to my own land." Al Razi said, "As thou willst," and the other rejoined, "Let us divide the monies we have made, and do thou go with me to my home, so I may show thee my tricks and my works." Replied the man of Ray, "Come to morrow and we will divide the coin." So the Marw man went away, and the other turned to his wife and said to her, "We have collected us great plenty of money, and the dog would fain take the half of it. But such thing shall never be, for my mind hath been changed against him since I heard him making love to thee. Now, therefore, I propose to play him a trick and enjoy all the money, and do thou not oppose me." She replied, "'Tis well," and he said to her, "Tomorrow, at peep o' day, I will feign myself dead, and do thou cry aloud and tear thy hair, whereupon the folk will flock to me. Then lay me out and bury me, and when the folk are gone away from the grave, dig down to me and take me, and fear not for me, as I can abide without harm 2 days in the tomb niche." Whereto she made answer, "Do e'en whatso thou wilt." Accordingly, when it was the dawn hour, she bound his beard and, spreading a veil over him, shrieked aloud, whereupon the people of the quarter flocked to her, men and women. Presently up came Al Marwazi for the division of the money, and hearing the keening asked, "What may be the news?" Quoth they, "Thy brother is dead." And quoth he in himself, "The accursed fellow cozeneth me, so he may get all the coin for himself; but I will presently do with him what shall soon requicken him." Then he tore the bosom of his robe and bared his head, weeping and saying, "Alas, my brother, ah! Alas, my chief, ah! Alas, my lord, ah!" And he went in to the men, who rose and condoled with him. Then he accosted the Rayman's wife and said to her, "How came his death to occur?" Said she, "I know nothing except that when I arose in the morning I found him dead." Moreover, he questioned her of the money which was with her, but she cried, "I have no knowledge of this and no tidings." So he sat down at his fellow sharper's head and said to him, "Know, O Razi, that I will not leave thee till after 10 days with their nights, wherein I will wake and sleep by thy grave. So rise and don't be a fool." But he answered him not, and the man of Marw drew his knife and fell to sticking it into the other's hands and feet, purposing to make him move. But he stirred not, and he presently grew weary of this, and determined that the sharper was really dead. However, he still had his suspicions, and said to himself, "This fellow is falsing me, so he may enjoy all the money." Therewith he began to prepare the body for burial, and bought for it perfumes and whatso was needed. Then they brought him to the washing place, and Al Marwazi came to him, and heating water till it boiled and bubbled and a third of it was evaporated, fell to pouring it on his skin, so that it turned bright red and lively blue and was blistered. But he abode still motionless. Presently they wrapped him in the shroud and set him on the bier, which they took up, and bearing him to the burial place, placed him in the grave niche and filled in the earth, after which the folk dispersed. But the Marman and the widow abode by the tomb, weeping, and ceased not sitting till sundown, when the woman said to him, "Come, let us hie us home, for this weeping will not profit us, nor will it restore the dead." He replied to her, "By Allah, I will not budge hence till I have slept and waked by this tomb 10 days with their nights." When she heard this his speech, she feared lest he should keep his word and his oath, and so her husband perish. But she said in her mind, "This one dissembleth, and I leave him and return to my house. He will tarry by him a little while and go away." And Al Marwazi said to her, "Arise thou and hie thee home." So she arose and repaired to her house, while the man of Marw abode in his place till the night was half spent, when he said to himself, "How long? Yet how can I let this knavish dog die and lose the money? Better I open the tomb on him and bring him forth and take my due of him by dint of grievous beating and torment." Accordingly he dug him up and pulled him forth of the grave, after which he betook himself to a garden hard by the burial ground, and cut thence staves and palm fronds. Then he tied the dead man's legs and laid on to him with a staff and beat him a grievous beating. But the body never budged. When the time grew longsome on him, his shoulders became a-weary, and he feared lest some one of the watch passing on his round should surprise and seize him. So he took up Al Razi and, carrying him forth to the cemetery, stayed not till he came to the Magyar's mortuary place, and casting him down in a tower of silence, rained heavy blows upon him till his shoulders failed him, but the other stirred not. Then he seated him by his side and rested, after which he rose and renewed the beating upon him, and thus he did till the end of the night, but without making him move. Now, as destiny decreed, a band of robbers, whose wont it was, when they had stolen anything, to resort to that place and there divide their loot, came thither in early dawn, according to their custom. They numbered 10, and they had with them much wealth, which they were carrying. When they approached the Tower of Silence, they heard a noise of blows within it, and their captain cried, "This is a Magian whom the angels are tormenting." So they entered the cemetery, and as soon as they arrived over against him, the man of Marw feared lest they should be the watchmen come upon him. Therefore he fled and stood among the tombs. The robbers advanced to the place, and finding the man of Ray bound by the feet and by him some 70 sticks, wondered at this with exceeding wonder, and said, "Allah confound thee! This was a miscreant, a man of many crimes, for earth has rejected him from her womb, and by my life he is yet fresh. This is his first night in the tomb, and the angels were tormenting him but now. So whoso of you hath a sin upon his soul, let him beat him, by way of offering to Almighty Allah." The robbers said, "We be sinners one and all." So each of them went up to the corpse and dealt it about 100 blows, one saying the while, "This is for my father," and another laid on to him, crying, "This is for my grandfather," whilst a third muttered, "This is for my brother," and a fourth exclaimed, "This is for my mother." And they gave not taking turns at him, and beating him till they were weary, whilst Al Marwazi stood laughing and saying in himself, "'Tis not I alone who have entered into default against him. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." Then the robbers applied themselves to sharing their loot, wherein was a sword, which caused them to fall out anent the man who should take it. Quoth the captain, "'Tis my rede that we make proof of it, so an it be a fine blade, we shall know its worth, and if it be worthless, we shall know that." Whereto they said, "Try it on this corpse, for it is fresh." So the captain took the sword and, drawing it, brandished and made a false cut with it. But when the man of Ray saw this, he felt sure of death and said in his mind, "I have borne the washing slab and the boiling water, and the pricking with the knife point, and the greenish, and its straightness, and all this, trusting in Allah that I might be delivered from death. And indeed I have been delivered. But the sword I may not suffer, seeing that one stroke of it will make me a dead man." So saying, he sprang to his feet, and seizing a thigh bone of one departed, shouted at the top of his voice, "O ye dead ones, take them to yourselves!" And he smote one of them, whilst his mate of Marv smote another, and they cried out at them and buffeted them on their neck-napes, whereupon the robbers left that which was with them of loot and ran away. And indeed their wits took flight for terror, and they ceased not running till they came forth of the Magians' mortuary ground and left it a parsang's length behind them, when they halted, trembling and affrighted for the muchness of that which had befallen them of fear and awe of the dead. As for Al Razi and Al Marwazi, they made peace each with other and sat down to share the spoil. Quoth the man of Marv, "I will not give thee a dirham of this money till thou pay me my due of the monies that be in thy house." And quoth the man of Ray, "I will do naught of the kind, nor will I withdraw this from aught of my due." So they fell out thereupon and disputed each with other, and either of the twain went saying to his fellow, "I will not give thee a dirham." Wherefore words ran high between them and the brawl was prolonged. Meanwhile, when the robbers halted, one of them said to the others, "Let us go back and see." And the captain said, "This thing is impossible of the dead. Never heard we that they came to life in such way. Return we and take our monies, for that the dead have no need of money." And they were divided in opinion as to returning. But presently one said, "Indeed our weapons are gone, and we may not prevail against them, and will not draw near the place. Only let one of us go look at it, and if he hear no sound of them, let him suggest to us what we shall do." At this they agreed that they should send a man of them, and assigned him for such mission 2 parts of the plunder. Accordingly he returned to the burial ground, and gave not over going till he stood at the door of the Tower of Silence, when he heard the words of Al Marwazi to his fellow, "I will not give thee a single dirham of the money." The other said the same, and they were occupied with brawling and abuse and talk. So the robber returned in haste to his mates, who said, "What is behind thee?" Quoth he, "Get you gone and run for your lives, O fools, and save yourselves. Much people of the dead are come to life, and between them are words and brawls." Hereat the robbers fled, whilst the 2 sharpers returned to the man of Ray's house, and made peace and added the robbers' spoil to the monies they had gained, and lived a length of time. End of section 29. Read by Lars, Rolander. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6 by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 30. The Lady and the Kazi, from the Persian. During the reign of Sultan Mahmud Subagtachin in Ghazni, a man was travelling from Azerbaijan to Hindustan when he arrived in Ghazni. He was much pleased with the climate, so he decided to settle there, and as he had great experience in commerce, he went to the bazaar and became a broker, and was very successful in business. He intended to marry, and fortune being propitious to him, he entered into a matrimonial alliance with a virtuous and handsome young woman. By degrees his business also became more and more flourishing, and having accumulated much wealth, he was numbered among the richest merchants. He wished to extend his transactions to Hindustan and send goods to that country, but as he had no connections or intimate friends in Ghazni who might take charge of his wife till his return, this thought troubled him greatly, and as he considered it the first duty of a respectable man to be on his guard on this subject, and not to hazard his reputation and honour, he determined not to start on his journey till he had provided an asylum for his spouse. Now, since the Kazi of the city was a man noted for his piety, virtue, and honour, he said to himself, I cannot do better than entrust the keeping of my wife to so godly and honest a man, who is a magistrate and a churchman, and enjoys the esteem of the rich and the poor. Let her remain in his house till I return from my journey. He hastened to make his obeisance to the Kazi, and said, O President of the Judgment, seat of truth and piety, by whose talented and searching disposition the explanations of religious and secular questions are flowing, and by whose essentially holy authority and intelligence the commendatory and prohibitory laws are corroborated. May your righteous opinion always remain the guide of those who seek to walk in the straight way of piety. I, your humble servant, am an inhabitant of this city, and it is my intention to undertake a journey to Hindustan. I have a young wife, the leaves of whose modesty and virtue are bound up in the splendid volume of her natural excellence. But as I have nobody who might protect and take care of her, and also because she might fall under the obloquy of false tongues, I flatter myself that she might find a refuge under the guardianship of your lordship. The Kazi placed the seal of acquiescence upon this request, and said that he would take care of her. The man furnished his wife with all the necessary expenses for 1 year, delivered her to the Kazi, and started on his journey. The lady spent her whole time in the house of the Kazi in prayer and devotion, and nearly a whole year had elapsed without the breeze of a single profane glance having blown on the venerable abode of her face, and without her having ever heard the bird of a voice in the foliage of her ears. Till one day the Kazi unexpectedly made his appearance and looked at her, when he perceived her Layla-like beauty, sitting within the black mansion of her masked ringlets, and her sweet tenderness mounted upon the palfrey of attractiveness and melancholy. The Kazi's intellect became troubled, and Ferrad-like he began to dig the biston of his soul, which was melting and burning in the censer of distraction. He was anxious to make overtures against her virtue, but being aware of her whole nature and chastity, he durst not attempt it. Nevertheless, when the wife of the Kazi one day absented herself to visit the public baths, and had left the lady alone to take care of the house, he was so completely dominated by his unlawful passion that he threw skyward the turban of a concupiscence and said, "The desired game for which I looked in the skies has now on earth fallen into the net of my good fortune." The Kazi locked the door and commenced his stratagem by complimenting her modesty, and continued to address her in the following strain. "Virtuous lady, the reputation of my honesty and piety has spread in the world and penetrated all corners. Neither could the charms of the paradisical houris seduce my righteous disposition from the road of firm determination, or impel me to transgress the laws of purity. Then why do you avoid me so much? If the absence of intelligence and of the knowledge of the true state of things keep your face veiled with a curtain of bashfulness, my obedience to the laws of God and my fear of eternal punishment at the day of resurrection prohibit me from allowing the fire of sensuality to be kindled within me. I would not disturb your peace even with the sinful glance of my eye. Be of good cheer and throw aside the veil of apprehension from your face, because there is no danger of sinning, and although it is against the law of God and the Prophet to exact services from guests, yet since you belong to the house and I am dependent on your kindness, I would request you to procure me some food, for I am hungry." The woman placed the prohibitory veil of bashfulness on her face, and waited upon the Kazi with all due modesty. She put the meal before him and retired to a corner. The Kazi had provided himself with a drug which deprives of his senses any one who tastes it, and said to the woman, "You know that three kinds of persons will be rejected from the mercy of God on the day of resurrection, and will be subjected to endless tortures. Firstly, he who eats alone; secondly, he who sleeps alone; and thirdly, he who travels alone. And till now it has never happened to me that I did any of these three things. Since I am now eating alone, and anyone who does this has the devil for his companion, and to whomsoever this happens, his faith will be endangered. Why should you not, in order to free me from the snares of the devil, defile your hands by partaking of this meal?" He did not cease to invite her till she sat down near the table and helped herself to some food. The Kazi took this opportunity to throw some of the medicine into the plate. After the unfortunate woman had swallowed a few morsels, she felt herself fainting, and wanting to get up from the table, her feet refused to bear her, and she fell senseless to the ground. The Kazi quickly gathered up the articles that were on the table, and meditated worse things, when he suddenly heard noises on the outside. This greatly disturbed him, and he was much embarrassed where to conceal the woman so that nobody might discover the circumstance. Now the Kazi happened to keep his money and valuables in a subterranean room, which was situated exactly under the apartment in which he was. Nobody knew anything about this place except himself. He opened the trapdoor, thrust the woman into it, and again covered the floor with a carpet. Then he went out and saw that his family had returned from the bath. The Kazi said, "Why did you all leave the house empty?" They answered, "We have left the wife of the merchant to take care of the place." The Kazi said, "It is 2 hours since I arrived at home and have seen no one. Why do you trust such a person? She may have taken away something." They were all astonished, and said that she was not such a woman, and wondered what had become of her. While this talk was going on, the husband of that woman, having just returned from his journey to Hindustan, came at that moment to the house of the Kazi to inquire for his wife. The Kazi said, "It is some time since your wife has left the house without giving us notice or asking permission." The merchant said, "O Kazi, this is not the time to crack jokes. Deliver to me my wife." The Kazi swore an oath and affirmed that he was in earnest. The merchant said, "I am too well acquainted with the nature and disposition of my wife ever to believe her to be capable of such a trick. There must be something else the matter." The Kazi got angry and replied, "It is I who must be offended, you foolish man.
Why do you talk nonsense and uselessly insult us? Go and see where your wife is."
As the merchant was greatly attached to his spouse, and the smoke of distress was beginning to ascend from the oven of his brains, he tore the collar of patience and hastened to make his complaint to the Sultan, and prostrating himself upon the carpet of supplication, he said: "O exalted and happy monarch, my felicity be the servant of your palace. The Kazi of the city has done me injustice, greater than the blast of a tornado of the west. If it be permitted, I shall explain the injustice of that mean-spirited wretch." The Sultan said: "Bring forward your complaint, that I may become acquainted with it." The merchant said: "I am a native of Azerbaijan, and it was the fame of the justice and the protection which the poor obtain at the hands of your majesty that induced me to settle in this country, and it is some time since I dwelt under the shadow of your majesty's protection. I had a beautiful and modest wife, and intending to travel to Hindustan, I committed her 1 year ago to the charge of the Kazi. Now I have again returned, but he, being deceived by his covetousness, refuses to give up to me my wife." The Sultan ordered the Kazi to be brought into his presence, but the latter, suspecting what would happen, suborned by the promise of money several vagabonds to testify, when called upon, that they had seen the merchant's wife absent herself from the Kazi's house 3 months ago. When the Kazi arrived, the Sultan asked him what kind of a complaint the merchant had against him. The Kazi said: "May the torch of your majesty's welfare be luminous and the castle of opposition ruinous. This man has entrusted his wife to me, and it is nearly 3 months since she went out of my house without giving any notice, and up to this time she has not come back. We have been unable to discover any traces of her." The merchant answered: "This is contrary to the nature of my wife, and I do not believe it." The Sultan said: "Who are the witnesses?" The Kazi answered that several neighbours and householders of the vicinity were acquainted with the fact, and wrote down their names. At a sign of the Sultan to a chamberlain, these witnesses were brought in, and they confirmed the assertion of the Kazi. Then the Sultan said to the merchant: "As the Kazi has established his assertion by witnesses, your complaint falls to the ground." Upon this the merchant retired disappointed. The Sultan was in the habit of perambulating the bazaars and streets of the city occasionally, in disguise, to mix among the people, and thus discover what they thought of him. That night he left his palace according to his wont and walked about. He happened to pass near the door of a shop where boys were playing the game of the king and his vizier. One of the children was made king, and said to the others: "I am king, and you are all under my authority. You must not seek to evade my commands." Another boy said: "If you give unjust judgments like Sultan Mahomed, we shall soon depose you." The other asked: "What injustice has Sultan Mahomed done?" He answered: "Today the affair of a merchant came before the Sultan. This merchant has confided his wife to the keeping of the Kazi, and he hid her in his own house. The Sultan called for witnesses, when the Kazi gained his cause by bringing into court witnesses whom he had previously bribed. It is a great pity that people should have the administration of justice in their hands who are unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Had I been in the place of the Sultan, I would very quickly have discovered the truth or falsehood of the witnesses of the Kazi." When the Sultan had heard the conversation of these children, he sighed and returned to his palace in great agitation of mind. Next morning, as soon as it was daylight, he sent somebody to fetch the boy. The boy came, and the Sultan received him in a very friendly way, saying: "This day you shall be my lieutenant, the whole day from morning till evening, and I intend to allow you to sit in judgment and to act entirely according to your own will." Then the Sultan whispered to a chamberlain to invite the merchant again to state his complaint against the Kazi. The merchant came and did so. The witnesses were again called for, whom the Kazi again brought into court. The Kazi wished to take a seat, but the boy said, "Ho, Master Kazi, it is a long time since the leading strings of judicial power and the power of tying and untying the knotty points of law have been in your hands. Why do you seem to be so ignorant of legal customs? You have been brought into this court as a party in a lawsuit, and not as an assessor. It is the rule that you should stand below on an equality with your accuser till the court breaks up, and then you should obey whatever its decision might be." The Kazi went and placed himself near the merchant. Then the merchant proffered his complaint, and the Kazi again affirmed that the woman had abandoned the house 3 months ago. The boy said, "Have you any witnesses?" The Kazi beckoned to his followers and said, "These are the witnesses." The boy called one of the witnesses and asked him in a subdued voice whether he had seen the woman. He said, "Yes." Then he inquired further what signs there were on her person, stature, or face. The man became embarrassed and said, "She has a mole on her forehead, one of her teeth is wanting, she is of a fresh complexion, tall and slender." The boy asked, "What time of day was it when she went away from the house of the Kazi?" He answered, "Morning." The boy said, "Remain in this place." Then he called for another witness, of whom he also asked the description, and got the following answer: "She is of low stature, lean, her cheeks are white and red, she has a mole near the lips, and she left the house in the afternoon." Having placed this individual in another corner, he called for a third witness, whose evidence contradicted both the others. And gradually he examined all of them, and found them disagreeing in everything. The Sultan was sitting by the side of the boy and heard all. When the hearing of the witnesses were completed, the boy said, "You God-forgetting wretches, why do you give false evidence? Let the instruments of torture be brought forward, that we may find out the truth." As soon as they heard the name of torture mentioned, they all offered to say the truth, and acknowledged themselves to be a set of poor fellows, whom the Kazi had bribed with a sum of money, and had instructed what to say. They also confessed that they knew nothing whatever about the woman. The boy called the Kazi and asked him what he had to say in this business. The Kazi commenced to tremble all over his body and said, "The truth is as I have stated it." The boy said, "Our Kazi is a bold man, and his haughtiness hinders him from acknowledging the truth. The instruments of punishment ought to be made use of." When the Kazi heard this, the fear of torture greatly distressed him, and he confessed the truth. Upon this the boy kissed the floor of good manners with the lips of obedience, and said, "The remainder of this affair is to be settled by the Sultan." The Sultan was much pleased with the acuteness and intelligence of the boy, and ordered the Kazi to be beheaded, and all his property to be given to the wife of that merchant. The boy was treated kindly and educated, until by degrees he won the whole confidence of the Sultan, and became one of his greater favorites. End of section 30. Read by Lars, Rolander.
Section 31 of the Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mary Schneider. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. Section 31. Mahaushadha, from the Tibetan. One day the king went into the park with his wives and enjoyed himself there together with them. One of them took off a string of pearls worth 100,000 pieces of money, and hung it on a spray of an asoka tree. While sporting with the king, she forgot about it and left it there. At midnight, after she had gone back to the palace with the king, she remembered that she had left her necklace in the forest. Meanwhile it had been carried off to the top of a tree by a female monkey. The king ordered his men to hasten to the forest and bring back the necklace. They went there, but they did not find it. Now a beggar had gone there in search of the remnants of the food of which other men had made a meal. As he came forth from the forest, after partaking of such food, the king's men arrested him. As no one else was to be seen there, they called on him to render up the necklace. Although he protested that he had not taken it, had not even seen it, yet he was beaten with fists and stakes, and then thrown into prison. Tormented by hunger, he reflected that unless he contrived some cunning way of escape, he would die there of starvation. So he said to the jailer that he had, it was true, taken the pearl necklace, but that he had given it to such and such a young merchant. Him also the king's men summoned, and the two men were set fast connected by wooden fetters. The merchant used to receive from home dainty food. While he was partaking of it, the beggar asked him for some. But the merchant reviled him, saying, "It is all very well for you to accuse me of theft in order that I may nourish you with my food. I will give you none of it." And having thus spoken, he ate it all up. After this, when the merchant wished to change his place, and said, "Let us stand up and move," the beggar replied, "I will not listen to your words. I shall not get up." Then said the merchant, "Henceforward will I behave so that you will be contented." Thus, with friendly words and with an oath, he won over the beggar, and was able to do as he wished. The next day the merchant sent home orders to provide in future food enough for 2 persons. Thereat the beggar was highly pleased, and he reflected that in former times he used to wander about the whole city without being able to find the means of filling his belly, but now food and drink in plenty were at hand. While they so enjoyed themselves, a further desire arose within them. They thought that in order to have still more pleasure they must call in a lute player. So the beggar accused a lute player also of having taken the string of pearls. Then the king's men cast him also into the prison. After some time the others besought the beggar to find some means whereby they might become free, saying that in that case he should want for nothing. He promised to do so, and bethought himself that no one could be of use except Mahaushadha. So he told the king's men that Mahaushadha's son had likewise taken part in the affair, and they sent for him also. When Mahaushadha heard that his son had been imprisoned, he felt that he must certainly go to the place, for if he did not do so his son would fret himself. On arriving there he asked the king what offense his son had committed. The king replied that he had been imprisoned on the testimony of the beggar with respect to the stolen pearl necklace. When Mahaushadha had become fully acquainted with the contrivance of the captives, he said to the king, "The theft has not been committed by any of these people. Let them all go free on my word." So they were released. After this he went out to the park, and came to the spot, to the very tree where they had been before. When he looked closely at the tree, he perceived a female monkey sitting at the top of it. Then he felt sure that this animal had taken the string of pearls, and that it must be enticed to come down by some artifice. So he asked the king to go there with his wife, and when there to hang a necklace round her neck. When that was done, the monkey, as it sat on the tree top, hung the pearl necklace round its neck. Then Mahaushadha told the king's wife to dance. When she did so, the monkey on the tree top also began to dance. But still the string of pearls did not fall from off its neck. In order to bring that about, Mahaushadha asked the king to make his wife, as she danced, hang down her head. Then the monkey also began to dance about with its head hanging down, whereupon the string of pearls fell down off its neck. Full of joy, the king embraced Mahaushadha and bestowed much property upon him. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crln. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 32. Avicenna and the Observant Young Man, from the Turkish. When Avicenna, footnote, Avicenna, the foremost Arabic physician and philosopher, who lived 980 to 1037, end of footnote, was in Ispahan in the 398th year of the Hijri, that powerful person, Ali et Dawlet Abu Ja'far Delime, was its governor. At that time, distinctions and marks of regard were bestowed on Abu Sinna without ceasing. One day the Sultan took from his waist a rich and valuable belt, and bestowed it upon that excellent Shaykh. This the latter afterwards gave to one of the Sultan's own attendants. The Sultan, observing it on the individual, inquired how he came by it. The man replied that he had received it from the Shaykh as a present. The Sultan was greatly displeased, and rebuked the attendant severely for having accepted it. At the same time he swore to take the Shaykh's life for caring so little for his gifts. But one of the Shaykh's friends, giving him information of what had occurred, he acted on the proverb which says, "Separate from him whom you cannot withstand," and forthwith departed from the country in disguise. On coming to another city and dismounting at a caravanserai, he walked to the marketplace in search of provisions. Whilst thus engaged, he observed a youth of talent and science, around whom a crowd of people were collected, asking him for remedies. The youth in turn showed to each one the remedies for his complaint, and the means to recovery from his malady. Presently a woman made her appearance, bearing a white vase in her hand, which she showed to him. The youth said that the vase belonged to a Jew, which the woman confirmed. Afterwards he said that she had eaten that day half an egg and some curds, and this the woman also avowed. The young man next asked if the woman did not then reside in a filthy part of the city, and the woman answered affirmatively. Abu Sina, observing the youth's superior talents, was astonished at his language and the remedies which he prescribed. The young man's eyes happened to meet those of Abu Sina, and making him a secret sign of recognition, he addressed the Shaykh with deference and said, "You are he who has received that divine science, and are that unequalled and most perfectly excellent person, the Reis Abu Ali bin Sina, who fled from Ispahan through fear of the Sultan Ali et Dawlet, and are come to this place with the intention of residing here." Then, feeling kindly towards the Shaykh, he left all his business, kissed the Shaykh's feet, took his hands in his, and led him to his own house. After receiving from the young man all the usual attendance of a servant, the Shaykh asked him whence he had drawn his conclusions, and how he knew that the vase belonged to a Jew. The youth replied, "I observed the old woman's tunic, and knew from its marks that she was a Jewess, and I judged that the vase also belonged to one of the same people. Her dress was soiled with eggs and with curdled milk, and I knew that she must have eaten of both these things. Moreover, knowing that the Jew quarter at this time is a filthy place, I remarked that it was unclean." "But," said the Shaykh, How did you become acquainted with me and my profession?" The youth said in reply, "Knowing the envy of Allah at Daulet, the circumstance of your having fled from him is a proof of the renown of your excellence, and that your sagacity and mental powers must be as bright as the sun in the heavens. I have heard too of the good qualities with which you are gifted, and I beheld on your noble front the characteristics of those traits which beamed upon me like the midday sun, from all of which I felt assured that you were the celebrated physician Abu Sina. I likewise knew that the Sultan could not bear to be separated from you for a moment, and therefore was convinced that you must have left him by your own desire and against his will." The young man next bent the knee of politeness before the Sheikh, and thanked God for allowing him to meet with such a man. The Sheikh then said, "What have you to ask of me? Tell me your wishes, and as far as my destiny permits, I will endeavor to promote them." The intelligent youth replied, "It is impossible that you should remain separated from the Sultan, and what I ask from you is, that when you again appear before him, you will relate the occurrences which you have witnessed, and obtain me a place in his service, even as one of his most humble attendants." Some days after this, a man came to the Sheikh on the part of the Sultan, who begged his pardon for the past, and invited him to return to his palace. The Sheikh took the youth with him, and on reaching the Sultan, related what he had witnessed respecting him, wherefore the Sultan forthwith appointed him to be one of his own pages. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 33. A Conjurer's Confession, Part 1, by Monsieur Robert Houdin. Self-training. Sleight-of-hand theories alone cannot explain the mysteries of magic as practiced by that eminent Frenchman who revolutionized the entire art, and who was finally called upon to help his government out of a difficulty, Robert Houdin. The success of his most famous performances hung not only on an incredible dexterity, but also on high ingenuity and moral courage, as the following pages from his memoirs will prove to the reader. The story begins when the young man of 20 was laboring patiently as apprentice to a watchmaker. In order to aid my progress and to afford me relaxation, my master recommended me to study some treatises on mechanics in general, and on clockmaking in particular. As this suited my taste exactly, I gladly assented, and I was devoting myself passionately to this attractive study, when a circumstance, apparently most simple, suddenly decided my future life by revealing to me a vocation whose mysterious resources must open a vast field for my inventive and fanciful ideas. One evening I went into a bookseller's shop to buy Berthoud's Treatise on Clockmaking, which I knew he had. The tradesman, being engaged at the moment on matters more important, took down 2 volumes from the shelves and handed them to me without ceremony. On returning home, I sat down to peruse my treatise conscientiously, but judge of my surprise when I read on the back of one of the volumes, "Scientific Amusements." Astonished at finding such a title on a professional work, I opened it impatiently, and on running through the table of contents, my surprise was doubled on reading these strange phrases: "The way of performing tricks with the cards, how to guess a person's thoughts, to cut off a pigeon's head, to restore it to life, etc., etc. The bookseller had made a mistake. In his haste he had given me 2 volumes of the Encyclopedia instead of Berthoud. Fascinated, however, by the announcement of such marvels, I devoured the mysterious pages, and the further my reading advanced, the more I saw laid bare before me the secrets of an art for which I was unconsciously predestined. I fear I shall be accused of exaggeration, or at least not be understood by many of my readers, when I say that this discovery caused me the greatest joy I had ever experienced. At this moment a secret presentiment warned me that success, perhaps glory, would one day accrue to me in the apparent realization of the marvelous and impossible. And fortunately these presentiments did not err. The resemblance between 2 books and the hurry of a bookseller were the commonplace causes of the most important event in my life. It may be urged that different circumstances might have suggested this profession to me at a later date. It is probable, but then I should have had no time for it. Would any workman, artisan, or tradesman give up a certainty, however slight it may be, to yield to a passion which would be surely regarded as a mania? Hence my irresistible penchant for the mysterious could only be followed at this precise period of my life. How often since have I blessed this providential error, without which I should have probably vegetated as a country watchmaker. My life would have been spent in gentle monotony. I should have been spared many sufferings, emotions, and shocks. But, on the other hand, what lively sensations, what profound delight would have been sacrificed! I was eagerly devouring every line of the magic book, which described the astounding tricks. My head was aglow, and I at times gave way to thoughts which plunged me in ecstasy. The author gave a very plain explanation of his tricks. Still he committed the error of supposing his readers possessed of the necessary skill to perform them. Now I was entirely deficient in this skill, and though most desirous of acquiring it, I found nothing in the book to indicate the means. I was in the position of a man who attempts to copy a picture without possessing the slightest notion of drawing and painting. In the absence of a professor to instruct me, I was compelled to create the principles of the science I wished to study. In the first place, I recognized the fundamental principle of sleight of hand, that the organs performing the principal part are the sight and touch. I saw that in order to attain any degree of perfection, the professor must develop these organs to their fullest extent, for in his exhibitions he must be able to see everything that takes place around him at half a glance, and execute his deceptions with unfailing dexterity. I had been often struck by the ease with which pianists can read and perform at sight the most difficult pieces. I saw that by practice it would be possible to create a certainty of perception and facility of touch, rendering it easy for the artist to attend to several things simultaneously, while his hands were busy employed with some complicated task. This faculty I wished to acquire and apply to sleight of hand. Still, as music could not afford me the necessary elements, I had recourse to the juggler's art, in which I hoped to meet with an analogous result. It is well known that the trick with the balls wonderfully improves the touch, but does it not improve the vision at the same time? In fact, when a juggler throws into the air 4 balls crossing each other in various directions, he requires an extraordinary power of sight to follow the direction his hands have given to each of the balls. At this period a corn cutter resided at Blois, who possessed the double talent of juggling and extracting corns with a skill worthy of the lightness of his hands. Still, with both these qualities, he was not rich, and being aware of that fact, I hoped to obtain lessons from him at a price suited to my modest finances. In fact, for 10 francs he agreed to initiate me in the juggling art. I practiced with so much zeal and progressed so rapidly that in less than a month I had nothing more to learn. At least I knew as much as my master, with the exception of corn cutting, the monopoly in which I left him. I was able to juggle with 4 balls at once, but this did not satisfy my ambition. So I placed a book before me, and while the balls were in the air, I accustomed myself to read without any hesitation. This will probably seem to my readers very extraordinary, but I shall surprise them still more when I say that I have just amused myself by repeating this curious experiment. Though 30 years have elapsed since the time of which I am writing, and though I scarcely once touched the balls during that period, I can still manage to read with ease while keeping 3 balls up. The practice of this trick gave my fingers a remarkable degree of delicacy and certainty, while my eye was at the same time acquiring a promptitude of perception that was quite marvelous. Presently I shall have to speak of the service this rendered me in my experiment of second sight. After having thus made my hands supple and docile, I went on straight to sleight of hand, and I more especially devoted myself to the manipulation of cards and palmistry. The operation requires a great deal of practice, for while the hand is held apparently open, balls, corks, lumps of sugar, coins, etc., must be held unseen, the fingers remaining perfectly free and limber. Owing to the little time at my disposal, the difficulties connected with these new experiments would have been insurmountable had I not found a mode of practicing without neglecting my business. It was the fashion in those days to wear coats with large pockets on the hips, called à la propriétaire. So whenever my hands were not otherwise engaged, they slipped naturally into my pockets, and set to work with cards, coins, or one of the objects I have mentioned. It will be easily understood how much time I gained by this. Thus, for instance, when out on errands, my hands could be at work on both sides. At dinner, I often ate my soup with one hand, while I was learning to sauter la coupe with the other. In short, the slightest moment of relaxation was devoted to my favorite pursuit. End of section 33. Read by Lars, Rolander. Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 34. A Conjurer's Confession, Part 2, by Monsieur Robert Houdin. Second Sight. 1,000 more trials of patience and perseverance finally brought to the Conjurer a Parisian theater and an appreciative clientele, but he never ceased to labor and improve the quality of his marvelous effects. The experiment, however, to which I owed my reputation was one inspired by the fantastic god whom Pascal attributes all the discoveries of this sublunary world. It was chance that led me straight to the invention of second sight. My 2 children were playing one day in the drawing room at a game they had invented for their own amusement. The younger had bandaged his elder brother's eyes and made him guess the objects he touched, and when the latter happened to guess right, they changed places. This simple game suggested to me the most complicated idea that ever crossed my mind. Pursued by the notion, I ran and shut myself up in my workroom, and was fortunately in that happy state when the mind follows easily the combinations traced by fancy. I rested my head in my hands, and in my excitement laid down the first principles of second sight. My readers will remember the experiment suggested to me formerly by the pianist's dexterity, and the strange faculty I succeeded in attaining. I could read while juggling with 4 balls. Thinking seriously of this, I fancied that this perception by appreciation might be susceptible of equal development if I applied its principles to the memory and the mind. I resolved, therefore, on making some experiments with my son Emile, and in order to make my young assistant understand the nature of the exercise we were going to learn, I took a domino, the 5/4 for instance, and laid it before him. Instead of letting him count the points of the 2 numbers, I requested the boy to tell me the total at once. 9, he said. Then I added another domino, the 1/4 tray. That makes 16, he said, without any hesitation. I stopped the first lesson here. The next day we succeeded in counting at a single glance 4 dominoes, the day after 6, and thus we at length were enabled to give instantaneously the product of a dozen dominoes. This result obtained, we applied ourselves to a far more difficult task, over which we spent a month. My son and I passed rapidly before a toy shop, or any other displaying a variety of wares, and cast an attentive glance upon it. A few steps farther on we drew paper and pencil from our pockets, and tried which could describe the greater number of objects seen in passing. I must own that my son reached a perfection far greater than mine, for he could often write down 40 objects, while I could scarce reach 30. Often feeling vexed at this defeat, I would return to the shop and verify his statement, but he rarely made a mistake. My male readers will certainly understand the possibility of this, but they will recognize the difficulty. As for my lady readers, I am convinced beforehand they will not be of the same opinion, for they daily perform far more astounding feats. Thus, for instance, I can safely assert that a lady seeing another pass at full speed in a carriage will have had time to analyze her toilet from her bonnet to her shoes, and be able to describe not only the fashion and quality of the stuffs, but also say if the lace be real or only machine-made. I have known ladies do this. This natural or acquired faculty among ladies, but which my son and I had only gained by constant practice, was of great service in my performances, for while I was executing my tricks I could see everything that passed around me, and thus prepare to foil any difficulties presented me. This exercise had given me, so to speak, the power of following 2 ideas simultaneously, and nothing is more favorable in conjuring than to be able to think at the same time both of what you are saying and of what you are doing. I eventually acquired such a knack in this that I frequently invented new tricks while going through my performances. One day even I made a bet I would solve a problem in mechanics while taking my part in conversation. We were talking of the pleasure of a country life, and I calculated during this time the quantity of wheels and pinions, as well as the necessary cogs, to produce certain revolutions required, without once failing in my reply. This slight explanation will be sufficient to show what is the essential basis of second sight, and I will add that a secret and unnoticeable correspondence existed between my son and myself, by which I could announce to him the name, nature, and bulk of objects handed me by spectators. As none understood my mode of action, they were tempted to believe in something extraordinary. And indeed my son Emile, then aged 12, possessed all the essential qualities to produce this opinion, for his pale, intellectual, and ever thoughtful face represented the type of a boy gifted with some supernatural power. 2 months were incessantly employed in erecting the scaffolding of our tricks, and when we were quite confident of being able to contend against the difficulties of such an undertaking, we announced the first representation of second sight. On the 12th of February, 1846, I printed in the center of my bill the following singular announcement: telegraphy. In this performance, Monsieur Robert Houdin's son, who is gifted with a marvelous second sight, after his eyes have been covered with a thick bandage, will designate every object presented to him by the audience. I cannot say whether this announcement attracted any spectators, for my room was constantly crowded. Still, I may affirm, what may seem very extraordinary, that the experiment of second sight, which afterwards became so fashionable, produced no effect on the first performance. I am inclined to believe that the spectators fancied themselves the dupes of accomplices, but I was much annoyed by the result, as I had built on the surprise I should produce. Still, having no reason to doubt its ultimate success, I was tempted to make a second trial, which turned out well. The next evening I noticed in my room several persons who had been present on the previous night, and I felt they had come a second time to assure themselves of the reality of the experiment. It seems they were convinced, for my success was complete, and amply compensated for my former disappointment. I especially remember a mark of singular approval with which one of my pit audience favored me. My son had named to him several objects he offered in succession, but not feeling satisfied, my incredulous friend, rising, as if to give more importance to the difficulty he was about to present, handed me an instrument peculiar to cloth merchants, and employed to count the number of threads. Acquiescing in his wish, I said to my boy, "What do I hold in my hand?" "It is an instrument to judge the fineness of cloth, and called a thread counter." "By Jove!" my spectator said energetically, "it is marvelous. If I had paid 10 francs to see it, I should not begrudge them." From this moment my room was much too small, and was crowded every evening. Still, success is not entirely rose-colored, and I could easily narrate many disagreeable scenes produced by the reputation I had of being a sorcerer. But I will only mention one, which forms a resume of all I pass over. A young lady of elegant manners paid me a visit one day, and although her face was hidden by a thick veil, my practiced eyes perfectly distinguished her features. She was very pretty. My incognita would not consent to sit down till she was assured we were alone, and that I was the real Robert Houdin. I also seated myself, and assuming the attitude of a man prepared to listen, I bent slightly to my visitor, as if awaiting her pleasure to explain to me the object of her mysterious visit. To my great surprise, the young lady, whose manner betrayed extreme emotion, maintained the most profound silence, and I began to find the visit very strange, and was on the point of forcing an explanation at any hazard, when the fair unknown timidly ventured these words: "Good heavens, sir, I know not how you will interpret my visit." Here she stopped, and let her eyes sink with a very embarrassed air. Then, making a violent effort, she continued: "What I have to ask of you, sir, is very difficult to explain." "Speak, madam, I beg," I said politely, "and I will try to guess what you cannot explain to me." And I began asking myself what this reserve meant. "In the first place," the young lady said in a low voice, and looking round her, "I must tell you confidentially that I loved. My love was returned, and I am betrayed." At the last word the lady raised her head, overcame the timidity she felt, and said in a firm and assured voice: "Yes, sir, yes, I am betrayed, and for that reason I have come to you." "Really, madam," I said, much surprised at this strange confession, "I do not see how I can help you in such a matter." "Oh, sir, I entreat you," said my fair visitor, clasping her hands, "I implore you not to abandon me." I had great difficulty in keeping my countenance, and yet I felt an extreme curiosity to know the history concealed behind this mystery.
Calm yourself, madam, I remarked in a tone of tender sympathy. Tell me what you would of me, and if it be in my power. If it be in your power, the young lady said quickly, why, nothing is more easy, sir. Explain yourself, madam. Well, sir, I wish to be avenged. In what way? How? You know better than I, sir. Must I teach you? You have in your powers means to... I, madam? Yes, sir, you, for you are a sorcerer, and cannot deny it. At this word sorcerer, I was much inclined to laugh, but I was restrained by the incognita's evident emotion. Still wishing to put an end to a scene which was grown ridiculous, I said in a politely ironical tone, unfortunately, madam, you give me a title I never possessed. How, sir? The young woman exclaimed in a quick tone. You will not allow you are. A sorcerer, madam? Oh, no, I will not. You will not? No, 1,000 times no, madam. At these words my visitor rose hastily, muttered a few incoherent words, appeared suffering from terrible emotion, and then drawing near me with flaming eyes and passionate gestures, repeated, Ah, you will not? Very good. I now know what I have to do. Stupefied by such an outbreak, I looked at her fixedly and began to suspect the cause of her extraordinary conduct. There are two modes of acting, she said with terrible volubility, toward people who devote themselves to magic arts, entreaty and menaces. You would not yield to the first of these means, hence I must employ the second. Stay, she added, perhaps this will induce you to speak. And lifting up her cloak, she laid her hand on the hilt of a dagger passed through her girdle. At the same time she suddenly threw back her veil, and displayed features in which all the signs of rage and madness could be traced. No longer having a doubt as to the person I had to deal with, my first movement was to rise and stand on my guard. But this first feeling overcome, I repented the thought of a struggle with the unhappy woman, and determined on employing a method almost always successful with those deprived of reason. I pretended to accede to her wishes. If it be so, madam, I yield to your request. Tell me what you require. I have told you, sir. I wish for vengeance, and there is only one method to... Here there was a fresh interruption, and the young lady, calmed by my apparent submission, as well as embarrassed by the request she had to make of me, became again timid and confused. Well, madam? Well, sir, I know not how to tell you, how to explain to you, but I fancy there are certain means, 13 spells, which render it impossible for a man to be unfaithful. I now understand what you wish, madam. It is a certain magic practice employed in the Middle Ages. Nothing is easier, and I will satisfy you. Decided on playing the farce to the end, I took down the largest book I could find in my library, turned over the leaves, stopped at a page which I pretended to scan with profound attention, and then, addressing the lady, who followed all my movements anxiously, Madam, I said confidentially, the spell I am going to perform renders it necessary for me to know the name of the person. Have the kindness then to tell it me. Julian, she said in a faint voice. With all the gravity of a real sorcerer, I solemnly thrust a pin through a lighted candle, and pronounced some cabalistic words, after which, blowing out the candle, and turning to the poor creature, I said, Madam, it is done. Your wish is accomplished. Oh, thank you, sir, she replied with the expression of the profoundest gratitude. And at the same moment she laid a purse on the table and rushed away. I ordered my servant to follow her to her house and obtain all the information he could about her, and I learned she had been a widow for a short time, and that the loss of an adored husband had disturbed her reason. The next day I visited her relatives, and returning them the purse, I told them the scene, the details of which the reader has just perused. This scene, with some others that preceded and followed it, compelled me to take measures to guard myself against bores of every description. I could not dream as formerly of exiling myself in the country, but I employed a similar resource. This was to shut myself up in my workroom, and organize around me a system of defense against those whom I called, in my ill temper, thieves of time. I daily received visits from persons who were utter strangers to me. Some were worth knowing, but the majority, gaining an introduction under the most futile pretexts, only came to kill a portion of their leisure time with me. It was necessary to distinguish these tares from the wheat, and this is the arrangement I made. When one of these gentlemen rang at my door, an electric communication struck a bell in my workroom. I was thus warned and put on my guard. My servant opened the door, and as is customary inquired the visitor's name, while I, for my part, laid my ear to a tube, arranged for the purpose, which conveyed to me every word. If, according to his reply, I thought it as well not to receive him, I pressed a button, and a white mark that appeared in a certain part of the hall announced I was not at home to him. My servant then stated I was out, and begged the visitor to apply to the manager. Sometimes it happened that I erred in my judgment, and regretted having granted an audience. But I had another mode of shortening a bore's visit. I had placed behind the sofa on which I sat an electric spring, communicating with the bell my servant could hear. In case of need, and while talking, I threw my arm carelessly over the back of the sofa, touching the spring, and the bell rang. Then my servant, playing a little farce, opened the front door, rang the bell, which could be heard from the room where I sat, and came to tell me that Monsieur X, a name invented for the occasion, wished to speak to me. I ordered Monsieur X to be shown into an adjoining room, and it was very rare that my bore did not raise the siege. No one can form an idea how much time I gained by this happy arrangement, or how many times I blessed my imagination and the celebrated savant to whom the discovery of galvanism is due. This feeling can be easily explained, for my time was of inestimable value. I husbanded it like a treasure, and never sacrificed it unless the sacrifice might help me to discover new experiments destined to stimulate public curiosity. To support my determination in making my researches, I had ever before me this maxim: it is more difficult to support admiration than to excite it. And this other, an apparent corollary of the preceding: the fashion an artist enjoys can only last as his talent daily increases. Nothing increases a professional man's merit so much as the possession of an independent fortune. This truth may be coarse, but it is indubitable. Not only was I convinced of these principles of high economy, but I also knew that a man must strive to profit by the fickle favor of the public, which equally descends if it does not rise. Hence I worked my reputation as much as I could. In spite of my numerous engagements, I found means to give performances in all the principal theaters, though great difficulties frequently arose, as my performance did not end till 10:30, and I could only fulfill my other engagements after that hour. 11 o'clock was generally the hour fixed for my appearance on a strange stage, and my readers may judge of the speed required to proceed to the theater in so short a time, and make my preparations. It is true that the moments were as well counted as employed, and my curtain had hardly fallen than, rushing toward the stairs, I got before my audience, and jumped into a vehicle that bore me off at full speed. But this fatigue was nothing compared to the emotion occasionally produced by an error in the time that was to elapse between my two performances. I remember that one night, having to wind up the performances at the Vaudeville, the stage manager miscalculated the time the pieces would take in performing, and found himself much in advance. He sent off an express to warn me that the curtain had fallen, and I was anxiously expected. Can my readers comprehend my wretchedness? my experiments, of which I could omit none, would occupy another quarter of an hour. But instead of indulging in useless recriminations, I resigned myself and continued my performance, though I was a prey to frightful anxiety. While speaking, I fancied I could hear the cadenced yell of the public, to which the famous song, Des Lampions, Des Lampions, was set. Thus, either through preoccupation or a desire to end sooner, I found when my performance was over I had gained 5 minutes out of the quarter of an hour. Assuredly, it might be called the quarter of an hour's grace. To jump into a carriage and drive to the Place de la Bourse was the affair of an instant. Still, 20 minutes had elapsed since the curtain fell, and that was an enormous time. My son Emile and I proceeded up the actors' stairs at full speed, but on the first step we had heard the cries, whistling, and stamping of the impatient audience. What a prospect! I knew that frequently, either right or wrong, the public treated an artist, no matter whom, very harshly to remind him of punctuality. That sovereign always appears to have on its lips the words of another monarch, I was obliged to wait. However, we hurried up the steps leading to the stage. The stage manager, who had been watching, on hearing our hurried steps, cried from the landing, Is that you, Monsieur Audin? Yes, sir, yes. Raise the curtain, the same voice shouted. Wait, it is imp. My breath would not allow me to finish my objection. I fell on a chair, unable to move. Come, Monsieur Audin, the manager said. Do go on the stage. The curtain is up, and the public are so impatient. The door at the back of the stage was open, but I could not pass through it. Fatigue and emotion nailed me to the spot. Still, an idea occurred to me which saved me from the popular wrath. Go on to the stage, my boy, I said to my son, and prepare all that is wanting for the second sight trick. The public allowed themselves to be disarmed by this youth, whose face inspired a sympathizing interest, and my son, after gravely bowing to the audience, quietly made his slight preparations, that is to say, he carried an ottoman to the front of the stage and placed on a neighboring table a slate, some chalk, a pack of cards, and a bandage. This slight delay enabled me to recover my breath and calm my nerves, and I advanced in my turn with an attempt to assume the stereotyped smile, in which I signally failed, as I was so agitated. The audience at first remained silent, then their faces gradually unwrinkled, and soon, 1 or 2 claps having been ventured, they were carried away, and peace was made. I was well rewarded, however, for this terrible ordeal, as my second sight never gained a more brilliant triumph. An incident greatly enlivened the termination of my performance. A spectator, who had evidently come on purpose to embarrass us, had tried in vain for some minutes to baffle my son's clairvoyance, when turning to me he said, laying marked stress on his words, As your son is a soothsayer, of course he can guess the number of my stall. The importunate spectator doubtless hoped to force us into a confession of our impotence, for he covered his number, and the adjacent seats being occupied, it was apparently impossible to read the numbers. But I was on my guard against all surprises, and my reply was ready. Still, in order to profit as much as possible by the situation, I feigned to draw back. You know, sir, I said, feigning an embarrassed air, that my son is neither sorcerer nor diviner. He reads through my eyes, and hence I have given this experiment the name of second sight. As I cannot see the number of your stall, and the seats close to you are occupied, my son cannot tell it's you. Ah, I was certain of it, my persecutor said in triumph, and turning to his neighbors, I told you I would pin him. Oh, sir, you're not generous in your victory, I said in my turn in a tone of mockery. Take care if you pique my son's vanity too sharply. He may solve your problem, though it is so difficult. I defy him, said the spectator, leaning firmly against the back of his seat to hide the number better. Yes, yes, I defy him. You believe it to be difficult, then? I will grant more. It is impossible. Well, then, sir, that is a stronger reason for us to try it. You will not be angry if we triumph in our turn? I added with a petulant smile. Come, sir, we understand evasions of that sort. I repeat it. I challenge you both. The public found great amusement in this debate, and patiently awaited its issue. Emile, I said to my son, prove to this gentleman that nothing can escape your second sight. It is number 69, the boy answered immediately. Noisy and hearty applause rose from every part of the theater, in which our opponent joined for confessing his defeat. He exclaimed as he clapped his hands, "It is astounding! Magnificent!" The way I succeeded in finding out the number of the stall was this. I knew beforehand that in all theaters where the stalls are divided down the center by a passage, the uneven numbers are on the right, and the even on the left. As at the vaudeville each row was composed of 10 stalls, it followed that on the right hand the several rows must begin with 1, 21, 41, and so on, increasing by 20 each. Guided by this, I had no difficulty in discovering that my opponent was seated in number 69, representing the 5th stall in the 4th row. I had prolonged the conversation for the double purpose of giving more brilliancy to my experiment and gaining time to make my researches. Thus I applied my process of 2 simultaneous thoughts, to which I have already alluded. As I am now explaining matters, I may as well tell my readers some of the artifices that added material brilliancy to the second sight. I have already said this experiment was the result of a material communication between myself and my son, which no one could detect. Its combinations enabled us to describe any conceivable object, but though this was a splendid result, I saw that I should soon encounter unheard of difficulties in executing it. The experiment of second sight always formed the termination of my performance. Each evening I saw unbelievers arrive with all sorts of articles to triumph over a secret which they could not unravel. Before going to see Robert Houdin's son, a council was held in which an object that must embarrass the father was chosen. Among these were half-effaced antique medals, minerals, books printed in characters of every description, living and dead languages, coats of arms, microscopic objects, etc. But what caused me the greatest difficulty was in finding out the contents of parcels, often tied with a string or even sealed up. But I had managed to contend successfully against all these attempts to embarrass me. I opened boxes, purses, pocketbooks, etc., with great ease and unnoticed, while appearing to be engaged on something quite different. Were a sealed packet offered me, I cut a small slit in the paper with the nail of my left thumb, which I always purposely kept very long and sharp, and thus discovered what it contained. One essential condition was excellent sight, and that I possessed to perfection. I owed it originally to my old trade, and practice daily improved it. An equally indispensable necessity was to know the name of every object offered me. It was not enough to say, for instance, "It is a coin," but my son must give its technical name, its value, the country in which it was current, and the year in which it was struck. Thus, for instance, if an English crown were handed me, my son was expected to state that it was struck in the reign of George IV, and had an intrinsic value of 6 francs 18 centimes. Aided by an excellent memory, we had managed to classify in our heads the name and value of all foreign money. We could also describe a coat of arms in heraldic terms. Thus, on the arms of the House of X being handed me, my son would reply, "Field gules with 2 crosiers argent in pale." This knowledge was very useful to us in the saloons of the Faubourg Saint Germain, where we were frequently summoned. I had also learnt the characters, though unable to translate a word, of an infinity of languages, such as Chinese, Russian, Turkish, Greek, Hebrew, etc. We knew too the names of all surgical instruments, so that a surgical pocketbook, however complicated it might be, could not embarrass us. Lastly, I had very sufficient knowledge of mineralogy, precious stones, antiquities, and curiosities, but I had at my command every possible resource for acquiring these studies, as one of my dearest and best friends, Aristide Le Carpentier, a learned antiquary and uncle of the talented composer of the same name, had and still has a cabinet of antique curiosities, which makes the keepers of the imperial museums fierce with envy. My son and I spent many long days in learning here names and dates, of which we afterwards made a learned display. Le Carpentier taught me many things, and among others he described various signs by which to recognize old coins when the die is worn off. Thus a Trajan, a Tiberius, or a Marcus Aurelius became as familiar to me as a 5-franc piece. Owing to my old trade, I could open a watch with ease, and do it with one hand, so as to be able to read the maker's name without the public suspecting it. Then I shut up the watch again, and the trick was ready. My son managed the rest of the business. But that power of memory which my son possessed in an eminent degree certainly did us the greatest service. When we went to private houses, he needed only a very rapid inspection in order to know all the objects in a room, as well as the various ornaments worn by the spectators, such as chatelaines, pins, eyeglasses, fans, brooches, rings, bouquets, etc. He thus could describe these objects with the greatest ease when I pointed them out to him by our secret communication. Here is an instance. One evening at a house in the Chaussée d'Antin, and at the end of a performance which had been as successful as it was loudly applauded, I remembered that, while passing through the next room to the one we were now in, I had begged my son to cast a glance at a library and remember the titles of some of the books, as well as the order they were arranged in. No one had noticed this rapid examination. "To end the second sight experiment, sir," I said to the master of the house, "I will prove to you that my son can read through a wall. Will you lend me a book?" I was naturally conducted to the library in question, which I pretended now to see for the first time, and I laid my finger on a book. "Emile," I said to my son, "what is the name of this work?" "It is Buffon," he replied quickly. "And the one by its side?" an incredulous spectator hastened to ask. "On the right or left?" my son asked. "On the right," the speaker said, having a good reason for choosing this book, for the lettering was very small. "The Travels of Anacharsis the Younger," the boy replied. "But," he added, "had you asked the name of the book on the left, sir, I should have said Lamartine's Poetry. A little to the right of this row I see Crébillon's works, below 2 volumes of Fleureu's Memoirs," and my son thus named a dozen books before he stopped. The spectators had not said a word during this description, as they felt so amazed. But when the experiment had ended, all complimented us by clapping their hands. End of section 34. Read by Lars, Rolander. Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 35. A Conjurer's Confession, Part 3, by Monsieur Robert Houdin. The Magician Who Became an Ambassador. It is not generally known that Robert Houdin once rendered his country an important service as special envoy to Algeria. Half a century ago this colony was an endless source of trouble to France, although the rebel Arab chieftain Abd del Kader had surrendered in 1847. An irregular warfare was kept up against the French authority by the native Kabyles, stimulated by their Mohammedan priests, and particularly through so-called miracles, such as recovery from wounds and burns, self-inflicted by the marabouts and other fanatic devotees of the Prophet. Thus, in 1856, the hopes of the French Foreign Office rested on Robert Houdin. He was requested to exhibit his tricks in the most impressive form possible, with the idea of proving to the deluded Arabs that they had been in error in ascribing supernatural powers to their holy men. It was settled that I should reach Algiers by the next 27th of September, the day on which the great fetes annually offered by the capital of Algeria to the Arabs would commence. I must say that I was much influenced in my determination by the knowledge that my mission to Algeria had a quasi-political character. I, a simple conjurer, was proud of being able to render my country a service. It is known that the majority of revolts which have to be suppressed in Algeria are excited by intruders who say they are inspired by the Prophet, and are regarded by the Arabs as envoys of God on earth to deliver them from the oppression of the Rumi Christians. These false prophets and holy marabouts, who are no more sorcerers than I am, and indeed even less so, still contrive to influence the fanaticism of their co-religionists by tricks as primitive as are the spectators before whom they are performed. The government was, therefore, anxious to destroy their pernicious influence, and reckoned on me to do so. They hoped with reason by the aid of my experiments to prove to the Arabs that the tricks of their marabouts were mere child's play, and owing to their simplicity could not be done by an envoy from heaven, which also led us very naturally to show them that we are their superiors in everything, and as for sorcerers, there are none like the French. Presently I will show the success obtained by these skillful tactics. 3 months were to elapse between the day of my acceptance and that of my departure, which I employed in arranging a complete arsenal of my best tricks, and left St. Gervais on the 10th of September. I will give no account of my passage, further than to say, no sooner was I at sea than I wished I had arrived, and after 36 hours' navigation, I greeted the capital of our colony with indescribable delight. On the 28th of October, the day appointed for my first performance before the Arabs, I reached my post at an early hour, and could enjoy the sight of their entrance into the theatre. Each goum, that is a brigade of native soldiers under French command, it was this influential native faction that the Foreign Office wished particularly to impress through Robert Houdin's skill. Each goum drawn up in companies was introduced separately, and led in perfect order to the places chosen for it in advance. Then came the turn of the chiefs, who seated themselves with all the gravity becoming their character. Their introduction lasted some time, for these sons of nature could not understand that they were boxed up thus, side by side, to enjoy a spectacle, and our comfortable seats, far from seeming so to them, bothered them strangely. I saw them fidgeting about for some time, and trying to tuck their legs under them after the fashion of European tailors. The Qaids Agas, Bash Agas, and other titled Arabs held the places of honor, for they occupied the orchestra stalls and the dress circle. In the midst of them were several privileged officers, and lastly, the interpreters were mingled among the spectators to translate my remarks to them. I was also told that several curious people, having been unable to procure tickets, had assumed the Arab burnous and binding the camel's hair cord round their foreheads, had slipped in among their new co-religionists. This strange medley of spectators was indeed a most curious sight. The dress circle, more especially, presented an appearance as grand as it was imposing. Some 60 Arab chiefs, clothed in their red mantles, the symbol of their submission to France, on which one or more decorations glistened, gravely awaited my performance with majestic dignity. I have performed before many brilliant assemblies, but never before one which struck me so much as this. However, the impression I felt on the rise of the curtain, far from paralyzing me, on the contrary inspired me with a lively sympathy for the spectators, whose faces seemed so well prepared to accept the marvels promised them. As soon as I walked on the stage, I felt quite at my ease, and enjoyed in anticipation the sight I was going to amuse myself with. I felt, I confess, rather inclined to laugh at myself and my audience, for I stepped forth wand in hand with all the gravity of a real sorcerer. Still I did not give way, for I was here not merely to amuse a curious and kind public. I must produce a startling effect upon coarse minds and prejudices, for I was enacting the part of a French marabout. Compared with the simple tricks of their pretended sorcerers, my experiments must appear perfect miracles to the Arabs. I commenced my performance in the most profound, I might almost say religious, silence, and the attention of the spectators was so great that they seemed petrified. Their fingers alone, moving nervously, played with the beads of their rosaries, while they were, doubtless, invoking the protection of the Most High. This apathetic condition did not suit me, for I had not come to Algeria to visit a waxwork exhibition. I wanted movement, animation, life in fact, around me. I changed my batteries, and instead of generalizing my remarks, I addressed them more especially to some of the Arabs, whom I stimulated by my words, and still more by my actions. The astonishment then gave way to a more expressive feeling, which was soon evinced by noisy outbursts. This was especially the case when I produced cannon balls from a hat for my spectators, laying aside their gravity, expressed their delighted admiration by the strangest and most energetic gestures. Then came, greeted by the same success, the bouquet of flowers, produced instantaneously from a hat, the cornucopia supplying a multitude of objects which had distributed, though unable to satisfy the repeated demands made on all sides, and still more by those who had their hands full already. The 5-franc pieces sent across the theater into a crystal box suspended above the spectators. One trick I should much have liked to perform was the inexhaustible bottle, so appreciated by the Parisians and the Manchester hands. But I could not employ it in this performance, for it is well known the followers of Mohammed drink no fermented liquor, at least not publicly. Hence I substituted the following with considerable advantage. I took a silver cup, like those called punch bowls in the Parisian cafes. I unscrewed the foot, and passing my wand through it, showed that the vessel contained nothing. Then, having refitted the two parts, I went to the center of the pit, when, at my command, the bowl was magically filled with sweetmeats, which were found excellent. The sweetmeats exhausted, I turned the bowl over, and proposed to fill it with excellent coffee, so gravely passing my hand thrice over the bowl, a dense vapor immediately issued from it, and announced the presence of the precious liquid. The bowl was full of boiling coffee, which I poured into cups and offered to my astounded spectators. The first cups were only accepted, so to speak, under protest, for not an Arab would consent to moisten his lips with a beverage which he thought came straight from Shaitan's kitchen. But insensibly seduced by the perfume of their favorite liquor, and urged by the interpreters, some of the boldest decided on tasting the magic liquor, and all soon followed their example. The vessel, rapidly emptied, was repeatedly filled again with equal rapidity, and it satisfied all demands like my inexhaustible bottle, and was borne back to the stage still full. But it was not enough to amuse my spectators. I must also, in order to fulfill the object of my mission, startle and even terrify them by the display of a supernatural power. My arrangements had all been made for this purpose, and I had reserved for the end of my performances 3 tricks, which must complete my reputation as a sorcerer. Many of my readers will remember having seen at my performances a small but solidly built box, which, being handed to the spectators, becomes heavy or light at my order. A child might raise it with ease, and yet the most powerful man could not move it from its place. I advanced with my box in my hands to the center of the practicable, communicating from the stage to the pit. Then, addressing the Arabs, I said to them: "From what you have witnessed, you will attribute a supernatural power to me, and you are right. I will give you a new proof of my marvelous authority by showing that I can deprive the most powerful man of his strength and restore it at my will. Anyone who thinks himself strong enough to try the experiment may draw near me." I spoke slowly in order to give the interpreter time to translate my words. An Arab of middle height, but well built and muscular, like many of the Arabs are, came to my side with sufficient assurance. "Are you very strong?" I said to him, measuring him from head to foot. "Oh, yes," he replied carelessly. "Are you sure you will always remain so?" "Quite sure." "You are mistaken, for in an instant I will rob you of your strength, and you shall become as a little child." The Arab smiled disdainfully as a sign of his incredulity. "Stay," I continued, "lift up this box." The Arab stooped, lifted up the box, and said to me coldly, "Is that all?" "Wait," I replied. Then, with all possible gravity, I made an imposing gesture, and solemnly pronounced the words: "Behold, you are weaker than a woman. Now try to lift the box." The Hercules, quite cool as to my conjuration, seized the box once again by the handle, and gave it a violent tug, but this time the box resisted, and, spite of his most vigorous attacks, would not budge an inch. The Arab vainly expended on this unlucky box a strength which would have raised an enormous weight, until at length, exhausted, panting, and red with anger, he stopped, became thoughtful, and began to comprehend the influences of magic. He was on the point of withdrawing, but that would be allowing his weakness, and that he, hitherto respected for his vigor, had become as a little child. This thought rendered him almost mad. Deriving fresh strength from the encouragements his friends offered him by word and deed, he turned a glance round them which seemed to say, "You will see what a son of the desert can do." He bent once again over the box, his nervous hands twined round the handle, and his legs, placed on either side like 2 bronze columns, served as a support for the final effort. But wonder of wonders! This Hercules, a moment since so strong and proud, now bows his head. His arms, riveted to the box, undergo a violent muscular contraction. His legs give way, and he falls on his knees with a yell of agony. An electric shock, produced by an inductive apparatus, had been passed on a signal from me, from the further end of the stage into the handle of the box. Hence the contortions of the poor Arab. It would have been cruelty to prolong this scene. I gave a second signal, and the electric current was immediately intercepted. My athlete, disengaged from his terrible bondage, raised his hands over his head. "Allah! Allah!" he exclaimed, full of terror. Then, wrapping himself up quickly in the folds of his burnous, as if to hide his disgrace, he rushed through the ranks of the spectators and gained the front entrance. With the exception of my stage boxes and the privileged spectators, who appeared to take great pleasure in this experiment, My audience had become grave and silent, and I heard the words Shaitan, Genoom passing in a murmur round the circle of credulous men, who, while gazing on me, seemed astonished that I possessed none of the physical qualities attributed to the angel of darkness. I allowed my public a few moments to recover from the emotion produced by my experiment and the flight of the Herculean Arab. One of the means employed by the Marabouts to gain influence in the eyes of the Arabs is by causing a belief in their invulnerability. One of them, for instance, ordered a gun to be loaded and fired at him from a short distance, but in vain did the flint produce a shower of sparks. The Marabout pronounced some cabalistic words, and the gun did not explode. The mystery was simple enough. The gun did not go off because the Marabout had skillfully stopped up the vent. Colonel de Neveu explained to me the importance of discrediting such a miracle by opposing to it a sleight of hand trick far superior to it, and I had the very article. I informed the Arabs that I possessed a talisman rendering me invulnerable, and I defied the best marksman in Algeria to hit me. I had hardly uttered the words when an Arab, who had attracted my notice by the attention he had paid to my tricks, jumped over 4 rows of seats, and disdaining the use of the practicable, crossed the orchestra, upsetting flutes, clarinets, and violins, escaled the stage while burning himself at the footlights, and then said in excellent French, "I will kill you." An immense burst of laughter greeted both the Arab's picturesque assent and this murderous intentions, while an interpreter who stood near me told me I had to deal with a Marabout. "You wish to kill me," I replied, imitating his accent and the inflection of his voice. "Well, I reply that though you are a sorcerer, I am still a greater one, and you will not kill me." I held a cavalry pistol in my hand, which I presented to him. "Here, take this weapon, and assure yourself it has undergone no preparation." The Arab breathed several times down the barrel, then through the nipple to assure himself there was a communication between them, and after carefully examining the pistol, said, "The weapon is good, and I will kill you." "As you are determined, and for more certainty, put in a double charge of powder, and a wad on the top." "It is done." "Now here is a leaden ball. Mark it with your knife, so as to be able to recognize it, and put it in the pistol with the second wad." "It is done." "Now that you are quite sure your pistol is loaded, and that it will explode, tell me, do you feel no remorse, no scruple about killing me thus, although I authorize you to do so?" "No, for I wish to kill you," the Arab repeated coldly. Without replying, I put an apple on the point of a knife, and standing a few yards from the Marabout, ordered him to fire. "Aim straight at the heart," I said to him. My opponent aimed immediately, without the slightest hesitation. The pistol exploded, and the bullet lodged in the center of the apple. I carried the talisman to the Marabout, who recognized the ball he had marked. I could not say that this trick produced greater stupefaction than the ones preceding it. At any rate, my spectators, palsied by surprise and terror, looked round in silence, seeming to think, "Where the deuce have we got to here?" A pleasant scene, however, soon unwrinkled many of their faces. The Marabout, though stupefied by his defeat, had not lost his wits, so, profiting by the moment when he returned me the pistol, he seized the apple, thrust it into his waist belt, and could not be induced to return it, persuaded as he was that he possessed in it an incomparable talisman. For the last trick in my performance, I required the assistance of an Arab. At the request of several interpreters, a young Moor, about 20 years of age, tall, well built, and richly dressed, consented to come on the stage. Bolder and more civilized, doubtless, than his comrades of the plains, he walked firmly up to me. I drew him toward the table that was in the center of the stage, and pointed out to him and to the other spectators that it was slightly built and perfectly isolated, after which, without further preface, I told him to mount upon it and covered him with an enormous cloth cone open at the top. Then, drawing the cone and its contents on to a plank, the ends of which were held by my servant and myself, we walked to the footlights with our heavy burden and upset it. The Moor had disappeared. The cone was perfectly empty. Immediately there began a spectacle which I shall never forget. The Arabs were so affected by this last trick that, impelled by an irresistible feeling of terror, they rose in all parts of the house and yielded to the influence of a general panic. To tell the truth, the crowd of fugitives was densest at the door of the dress circle, and it could be seen from the agility and confusion of these high dignitaries that they were the first to wish to leave the house. Vainly did one of them, the Caid of the Beni Salah, more courageous than his colleagues, try to restrain them by his words. "Stay, stay, we cannot thus lose one of our co-religionists. Surely we must know what has become of him, or what has been done to him. Stay, stay." But the co-religionists only ran away the faster, and soon the courageous Caid, led away by their example, followed them. They little knew what awaited them at the door of the theatre, but they had scarce gone down the steps when they found themselves face to face with the resuscitated Moor. The first movement of terror overcome, they surrounded the man, felt and cross-questioned him, but, annoyed by these repeated questions, he had no better recourse than to escape at full speed. The next evening the second performance took place, and produced nearly the same effect as the previous one. The blow was struck. Henceforth the interpreters and all those who had dealings with the Arabs received orders to make them understand that my pretended miracles were only the result of skill, inspired and guided by an art called prestidigitation, in no way connected with sorcery. The Arabs doubtless yielded to these arguments, for henceforth I was on the most friendly terms with them. Each time a chief saw me, he never failed to come up and press my hand. And even more, these men whom I had so terrified, when they became my friends, gave me a precious testimony of their esteem. I may say, too, of their admiration, for that is their own expression. End of section 35. Read by Lars, Rolander. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 36, A Conjurer's Confession, Part 4, by Monsieur Robert Houdin. Facing the Arab's Pistol. The severest trial of all was unexpectedly encountered during a visit paid by the conjurer and his wife to Bu Alem ben Sherifa, Mahaushadha of the Jandal, a tribe of the desert interior. We entered a small room, very elegantly decorated, in which were two divans. "This," our host said, "is the room reserved for guests of distinction. You can go to bed when you like, but if you are not tired, I would ask your leave to present to you several chief men of my tribe, who, having heard of you, wish to see you." "Let them come in," I said, after consulting Madame Houdin. "We will receive them with pleasure." The interpreter went out, and soon brought in a dozen old men, among whom were a Marabout and several Talebs, whom the Bash Aga appeared to hold in great deference. They sat down in a circle on carpets, and kept up a very lively conversation about my performances at Algiers. This learned society discussed the probability of the marvels related by the chief of the tribe, who took great pleasure in depicting his impressions and those of his co-religionists at the sight of the miracles I had performed.
Each lent an attentive ear to these stories, and regarded me with a species of veneration. The Marabout alone displayed a degree of skepticism, and asserted that the spectators had been duped by what he called a vision. Jealous of my reputation as a French sorcerer, I thought I must perform before the unbeliever a few tricks as a specimen of my late performance. I had the pleasure of astounding my audience, but the Marabout continued to offer me a systematic opposition, by which his neighbors were visibly annoyed. The poor fellow did not suspect, though, what I had in store for him. My antagonist wore in his sash a watch, the chain of which hung outside. I believe I have already mentioned a certain talent I possess of filching a watch, a pin, a pocketbook, etc., with a skill by which several of my friends have been victimized. I was fortunately born with an honest and upright heart, or this peculiar talent might have led me too far. When I felt inclined for a joke of this nature, I turned it to profit in a conjuring trick, or waited till my friend took leave of me, and then recalled him. Stay, I would say, handing him the stolen article. Let this serve as a lesson to put you on your guard against persons less honest than myself. But to return to our Marabout. I had stolen his watch as I passed near him, and slipped into its place a 5-franc piece. To prevent his detecting it, and while waiting till I could profit by my larceny, I improvised a trick. After juggling away Bou Alem's rosary, I made it pass into one of the numerous slippers left at the door by the guests. This shoe was next found to be full of coins, and to end this little scene comically, I made 5-franc pieces come out of the noses of the spectators. They took such pleasure in this trick that I fancied I should never terminate it. Durus, Durus, they shouted as they twitched their noses. I willingly acceded to their request, and the Durus, gold Arabic coins, issued at command. The delight was so great that several Arabs rolled on the ground. This coarsely expressed joy on the part of the Mohammedans was worth frenzied applause to me. I pretended to keep aloof from the Marabout, who, as I expected, remained serious and impassive. When calm was restored, my rival began speaking hurriedly to his neighbors, as if striving to dispel their illusion, and, not succeeding, he addressed me through the interpreter. "You will not deceive me in that way," he said with a crafty look. "Why so?" "Because I don't believe in your power." "Ah, indeed! Well, then, if you do not believe in my power, I will compel you to believe in my skill." "Neither in one nor the other." I was at this moment the whole length of the room from the Marabout. "Stay," I said to him. "You see this 5-franc piece?" "Yes." "Close your hand firmly, for the piece will go into it in spite of yourself." "I am ready," the Arab said, in an incredulous voice, as he held out his tightly closed fist. I took the piece at the end of my fingers, so that the assembly might all see it, then, feigning to throw it at the Marabout, it disappeared at the word pass. My man opened his hand, and finding nothing in it, shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "You see, I told you so." I was well aware the piece was not there, but it was important to draw the Marabout's attention momentarily from the sash, and for this purpose I employed the feint. "That does not surprise me," I replied, "for I threw the piece with such strength that it went right through your hand, and has fallen into your sash. Being afraid I might break your watch by the blow, I called it to me. Here it is," and I showed him the watch in my hand. The Marabout quickly put his hand in his waist belt, to assure himself of the truth, and was quite stupefied at finding the 5-franc piece. The spectators were astounded. Some among them began telling their beads with a vivacity evidencing a certain agitation of mind. But the Marabout frowned without saying a word, and I saw he was spelling over some evil design. "I now believe in your supernatural power," he said.
You are a real sorcerer, hence I hope you will not fear to repeat here a trick you performed in your theatre." And offering me 2 pistols he held concealed beneath his burnous, he added, "Come, choose one of these pistols. We will load it and I will fire at you. You have nothing to fear, as you can ward off all blows." I confess I was for a moment staggered. I sought a subterfuge and found none. All eyes were fixed upon me, and a reply was anxiously awaited. The Marabout was triumphant. Bou Allem, being aware that my tricks were only the result of skill, was angry that his guest should be so pestered. Hence he began reproaching the Marabout. I stopped him, however, for an idea had occurred to me which would save me from my dilemma, at least temporarily. Then addressing my adversary, "You are aware," I said with assurance, "that I require a talisman in order to be invulnerable, and unfortunately I have left mine at Algiers." The Marabout began laughing with an incredulous air. "Still," I continued, "I can, by remaining 6 hours at prayers, do without the talisman, and defy your weapon. Tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock, I will allow you to fire at me in the presence of these Arabs, who were witnesses of your challenge." Bou Allem, astonished at such a promise, asked me once again if this offer were serious, and if he should invite the company for the appointed hour. On my affirmative, they agreed to meet before the stone bench in the market place. I did not spend my night at prayers, as may be supposed, but I employed about 2 hours in ensuring my invulnerability. Then, satisfied with the result, I slept soundly, for I was terribly tired. By 8 the next morning we had breakfasted, our horses were saddled, and our escort was awaiting the signal for our departure, which would take place after the famous experiment. None of the guests were absent, and indeed a great number of Arabs came in to swell the crowd. The pistols were handed me. I called attention to the fact that the vents were clear, and the Marabout put in a fair charge of powder and drove the wad home. Among the bullets produced I chose one which I openly put in the pistol, and which was then also covered with paper. The Arab watched all these movements, for his honor was at stake. We went through the same process with the second pistol, and the solemn moment arrived. Solemn, indeed, it seemed to everybody. To the spectators, who were uncertain of the issue, to Madame Houdin, who had in vain besought me to give up this trick, for she feared the result, and solemn also to me, for as my new trick did not depend on any of the arrangements made at Algiers, I feared an error, an act of treachery, I knew not what. Still I posted myself at 15 paces from the sheikh, without evincing the slightest emotion. The Marabout immediately seized one of the pistols, and on my giving the signal, took a deliberate aim at me. The pistol went off, and the ball appeared between my teeth. More angry than ever, my rival tried to seize the other pistol, but I succeeded in reaching it before him. "You could not injure me," I said to him, "but you shall now see that my aim is more dangerous than yours. Look at that wall." I pulled the trigger, and on the newly whitewashed wall appeared a large patch of blood, exactly at the spot where I had aimed. The Marabout went up to it, dipped his finger in the blood, and raising it to his mouth, convinced himself of the reality. When he acquired this certainty, his arms fell and his head was bowed on his chest, as if he were annihilated. It was evident that for the moment he doubted everything, even the Prophet. The spectators raised their eyes to heaven, muttered prayers, and regarded me with a species of terror. This scene was a triumphant termination to my performance. I therefore retired, leaving the audience under the impression I had produced. We took leave of Bou Allem and his son, and set off at the gallop. The trick I have just described, though so curious, is easily prepared.
I will give a description of it while explaining the trouble it took me. As soon as I was alone in my room, I took out of my pistol case, without which I never travel, a bullet mold. I took a card, bent up the four edges, and thus made a sort of trough, in which I placed a piece of wax taken from one of the candles. When it was melted, I mixed with it a little lampblack I had obtained by putting the blade of a knife over the candle, and then ran this composition in the bullet mold. Had I allowed the liquid to get quite cold, the ball would have been full and solid. But in about 10 seconds I turned the mold over, and the portions of the wax not yet set ran out, leaving a hollow ball in the mold. This operation is the same as that used in making tapers, the thickness of the outside depending on the time the liquid has been left in the mold. I wanted a second ball, which I made rather more solid than the other, and this I filled with blood, and covered the orifice with a lump of wax. An Irishman had once taught me the way to draw blood from the thumb without feeling any pain, and I employed it on this occasion to fill my bullet. Bullets thus prepared bear an extraordinary resemblance to lead, and are easily mistaken for that metal when seen at a short distance off. With this explanation the trick will be easily understood. After showing the leaden bullet to the spectators, I changed it for my hollow ball, and openly put the latter into the pistol. By pressing the wad tightly down, the wax broke into small pieces, and could not touch me at the distance I stood. At the moment the pistol was fired, I opened my mouth to display the lead bullet I held between my teeth, while the other pistol contained the bullet filled with blood, which, bursting against the wall, left its imprint, though the wax had flown to atoms. It is no wonder that after such exhibitions, Robert Houdin's success was complete. The Arabs lost all confidence in Marabout miracles, and thus a dangerous smoldering flame of disaffection to the French was entirely smothered. Editor. End of section 36. Read by Lars, Rolander.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 37, Fraudulent Spiritualism Unveiled, Part 1, by David P. Abbott. The Methods of a Doctor of the Occult. Footnote. As to whether communication with the departed is possible, no discussion is here attempted. The episodes following, from experiences well authenticated, merely illustrate what sleight-of-hand experts have long known, that most medium, astrologers, mind-readers, and the like can be proven to be frauds. Their dupes are puzzled and sometimes won over in the name of spiritualism, either by the tricks familiar to all conjurers, or else by the psychology of deception. Some of the cleverness displayed is marvelous, as the following pages show. End of footnote. Not so very long ago I met a friend, a man of wealth, who was a firm believer in spiritualism and who frequently conversed with his dead wife and daughter. I asked him if he would inform me whether or not there were any good mediums in the city, as I should like to consult one. He replied that at present there were none in Omaha of any well-developed psychic powers, that he was entirely satisfied on the subject and did not require any demonstrations to convince himself of the truths of spiritual science. He informed me that the question was settled beyond all dispute, but that if I were skeptical, there was said to be a medium in Council Bluffs who possessed most wonderful powers. I accordingly made other inquiries from those who are in a position to know, and I learned that this medium, a celebrated doctor of the occult, astrologer, palmist, and spirit medium, was at that time giving private sittings in Council Bluffs to earnest inquirers only for the small sum of $2. I was informed that his performances were of the most wonderful nature, that there was no possibility of trickery of any kind, that he told you whatever you desired to know without your even asking him, that, in addition to this, he had powers over the elements of nature, and in fact I was led to believe that he was a true sorcerer of the olden days. I determined at once to call on this renowned personage and try to secure a little information from the unseen world. Accordingly, one Sunday afternoon, I took the car that crossed the river and in due time arrived at the apartments of this wonderful doctor. I was met at the door by an attendant, who accepted the fee and directed me to enter the rooms of this mysterious person quietly, and if I found him employed, by no means to disturb him, but merely to await his pleasure; that he was frequently conversing with unseen beings, or deep in some astrological computation, and at such times it was not safe to disturb him. With a beating heart I entered the room where he was to be found. This room was a large one. I did not see him at first. What attracted my attention was a large map or painting on a piece of canvas which hung on a wall space in the room. This painting had a representation of the sun in its center. This could be discovered by the rays which radiated from it in all directions. Around this sun were many stars and an occasional planet, among which Saturn and its rings were very prominently depicted. There were numerous pictures of animals and men and of queer monsters scattered among the stars. Beneath this picture stood a large golden oak table, at which sat this delver into the occult, deeply engrossed in a study of this painting, while with a little brush he figured and calculated, in a queer sort of Chinese characters, which he drew on a sheet of paper. He also seemed to be making a strange drawing on the same paper. He was far too deeply engaged to notice my entrance, and continued at his labors for some time, while I stood quietly and watched him. Sitting on one end of this rather large table was a glass globe or vessel, supported by 3 nickeled rods, something like a tripod. Coming from the wall was a rather large nickeled tube or pipe, which curved over above the glass vessel and continually allowed drops of water to fall into the globe. From the side of this glass vessel there led a small nickeled pipe, which evidently carried away the waste water. Occasionally a little blue flame would appear on the surface of this water, play about, and disappear. When this happened, the body of the medium was always convulsed slightly. After a time he seemed to finish his calculation, and this seer condescended to leave the realms of the stars wherein dwelt the spirits that ruled the universe and the destinies of men, and to descend to earth, and for a time direct his gaze toward this humble mortal. He turned around and observed me for the first time. He was a large, portly, fine-looking gentleman of middle age, with very long black hair, which gave him a strange appearance. He wore a pair of glasses low down on his nose, and from over these he condescended to direct his gaze at and to study me for a moment, as a naturalist might study some specimen that happened temporarily to attract his notice. He soon informed me that the stars had told him something of my coming, and of the question that was worrying me, and he asked me if I desired to consult the stars as to my destiny, to have him decipher it from the lines of my palm, or whether I should prefer to converse with the dead. The last was my choice. Not far from a window at one side of the room there was a small table on which were a few articles. He directed me to be seated at this table, and handed me a slip of paper of a size of probably 4 or 5 inches. He directed me to write the question I desired answered on this paper, and went through to fold the paper in halves 3 times with the writing inside. I did so while he walked to his bowl of water, apparently paying no attention to me, and then returned. When he had returned to a position opposite me at the table, he reached to take my writing out of my hand, seeing which I quickly bent down one corner of the paper and gave it to him. He directed one sharp glance at me as I did this, at the same time picking up an envelope from the table with his other hand. He held this envelope open, flap side toward me, and slowly inserted my paper into it. As he did this, Looking sharply at me, he remarked, "I am no sleight of hand performer. You see, your question is actually in the envelope." This was the case, for it was close to me and I could plainly see the top of it against the back of the envelope, the lower portions being inserted. And I could see the little corner folded down as I had bent it, and I was certain he had not exchanged it. In fact, he took occasion to use his hands in such manner that I could see there was nothing concealed about them, that he palmed nothing, that he made no exchange. I was entirely satisfied that all was fair, and that no exchange had been made. Next he sealed the envelope, and holding it toward the window, called my attention to the fact that, as the envelope was partly transparent, I could see my paper within it, and that it was actually there. This was really the case. He now took a match, and lighting it, applied the flame to this identical envelope without its leaving my sight, and proceeded to burn the last vestige of it and the paper within it, allowing the ashes to drop into a small vessel on the table. There was no doubt that he did not exchange envelopes, and that he burned it before my very eyes. He now took the ashes and emptied them into the bowl of water on the side table. A little blue flame appeared on the surface of the water after that for a moment, and then disappeared. He now brought from a drawer a number of slates, about 8 or 10 small slates with padded edges. They were the smallest size of slates, I should judge, and with them he brought another slate, a trifle larger, probably 2 inches both longer and wider. He requested me to examine thoroughly and to clean them all to my own satisfaction, and to stack the small ones on the table, one on top of the other, and when all were thus placed, to place the large slate on top of the stack. While I was doing this, he called to his attendant for a drink of water, and incidentally stepped into the hall to receive it, so that his menial would not profane this sanctuary with his presence. Returning to the table, he took a seat opposite me and placed one of my hands and one of his on top of the slates. In due time he took up the slates, and we found nothing. He replaced them and waited for a few moments. Then, seeming dissatisfied with conditions, he took up the top slate in his left hand, and with his right hand began writing a message for me. He did this like mediums do automatic writing, with eyes half closed, and while writing his person was convulsed a few times. He then opened his eyes and read aloud what he had written, asking me if it answered my question. I replied that it did not, as it was entirely foreign to the subject. Then, seeming dissatisfied, he moistened his fingers, erased the writing, and replaced the top slate on the stack of slates. He now placed his hands on this slate again, and after a time examined it, but it was still free from writing. He lifted up some of the other slates, but as there was no writing, he scattered the slates around on the table, and asked me to spread a large cloth over them, which he handed to me. This I did, and under his direction placed my arms and hands over this. He walked to the bowl of water on the side table and gazed into it. I watched him, and I saw a rather large flame appear on the surface of the water, dance about, and disappear. He immediately informed me that he was certain that I now had a message. He remained at a distance while I examined the slates one by one. Finally, on one of them I found a message neatly written and covering the entire slate. It read, "Mrs. Piper is a genuine medium. She possesses powers of a very unusual nature. Her tests given Hyslop and others are genuine. Do not be a skeptic. You are making a mistake, dear friend. It is all plain to me now, and spirit is all there is. Will." Now the question I had written was addressed to a very dear friend who is now dead, and read as follows: Will J. In regard to the medium, Mrs. Piper, of whom we conversed on your last visit, I would ask if she be genuine, and if the tests she gave Professor Hyslop and others were genuine. Give me a test. This was all nicely done, and I am sure would have greatly impressed nearly everyone. Being a performer myself, I could of course follow the performance in minute detail, and I am thus enabled to give to the readers of this paper a detailed account of the method used by the doctor. I will state that since that time I have very successfully operated this same test, minus the bowl of water and flame of fire, and that I can assure all that it is very practicable and that it is very deceptive. How the tricks succeeded. When the medium picked up the envelope, in which to place my paper, there was within it a duplicate piece of paper, folded the same and of the same size, 1 1/4 by 2 inches, as the one I had folded. He kept the face of this envelope opposite to me, so I could not see that side of it. On the face of it was a horizontal slit cut with a knife. This slit was about 2 inches long, and was situated about halfway down the face of the envelope. The duplicate folded paper was placed vertically in the envelope at its center, so that its center was located against the slit. This piece of paper was held in position by a touch of paste at a point opposite the slit, which caused it to adhere to the inside of the back of the envelope. When he picked up this prepared envelope with his left hand, he did so with the slit side or face in his palm next to the fingers of his left hand. This envelope lay slit side down before he picked it up, so that I did not see the face of the envelope at all, and he kept that side of the envelope from me during the entire trick. The paper within the envelope had been placed far enough down so that its top part was not exposed to my view. The envelope thus appeared perfectly natural, as an ordinary one with nothing in it. He thus held the envelope in his left hand, flap open wide, with the back side of the envelope, later to be sealed, facing me. Now he really inserted my paper in this envelope with his right hand as he took it from me, but in fact he pushed it down just behind the hidden slip of paper within the envelope. I mean that he inserted it between the concealed slip and the face or slit side of the envelope. And as he did this, he caused the lower end of my slip of paper to pass through the slit in the center of the front of the envelope. The lower portion of my slip was thus out of the envelope on its rear side, between the front of the envelope and the fingers of his left hand, although I could see nothing of this. He pushed it down so that the top still remained in view, with the bent corner exposed, and then sealed the flap over it. Holding the envelope toward the window, he called to my notice the fact that my paper was within, and that I could see it plainly. I could see the shadow of the two papers, which appeared as one, and thus his statement seemed correct. Of course, he did not show me the rear side or face of the envelope, with my paper protruding, which was immediately behind the duplicate, so that the shadow of it was also the shadow of the duplicate. This shadow also hid from my view the shadow of the slit. The envelope was sealed fairly. Now, with his right hand, he moved a small vessel of the table towards himself. Then, taking the envelope in his right hand, slit side downward, he held it close to this vessel. At the same time, with his left hand, he took a match from his pocket and proceeded to burn the envelope. This move concealed the trick, and it was very deceiving and cleverly done. As he took the envelope from his left hand with his right hand, he, with his left fingers touching the protruding portion of my slip, caused it to remain in his left hand and to be drawn entirely out of the slit. His eyes followed the envelope as his right hand took it, which naturally caused my eyes to follow it, as his attention seemed centered on the envelope, and it appeared to occupy the stage of action. This move was executed in a moment, not requiring any time worth mentioning, although it takes so long to describe it on paper intelligibly. Now, while his eyes, and of course mine, followed the envelope, without pause his left hand went into his left pocket in a natural manner to get the match. He, of course, left my slip in his pocket with his surplus matches, and when he retired for the drink of water he read my question. As to the slate trick, all was fair until he picked up the top slate, wrote an automatic message, apparently read it aloud to me, and then upon my informing him that the message did not answer my question, he seemed dissatisfied, apparently erased the message and replaced the large slate on top of the stack of slates. What he really did was to pick up the large top slate bottom side toward himself, and at the same time to carry with it a small slate pressed tightly against its underside. He held a large slate with its underside tilted from me so I could not see this small slate. There being so many small slates in the stack, the temporary absence of one from the stack attracted no notice. He kept this small slate next to him out of my view, and really wrote the message on the small slate which was next to him and which was concealed from my view by the larger slate. He did not read aloud what he had actually written, but merely pretended to do so, repeating something entirely foreign to the subject instead. What he had written really answered my question fully. When he appeared to erase the message, his movements were but a pretense, and he did not erase it at all. When he replaced the large slate on the stack of slates, he of course replaced the small one which was concealed under it, message side down. It must be remembered that the operator, at the beginning of the slate trick, first took up and examined the large slate a time or so for a message, and finding none, seemed disappointed, and finally wrote the automatic message. Then, on being informed that it did not apply to the case, he seemed dissatisfied and appeared to erase it. After the message was written and the slates replaced, he examined the top slate a time or so, and even lifted up a few small slates, looking for writing, but he did not turn them over. Then, seeing nothing, he scattered the slates around on the table, leaving their same sides downward, and handing me the cover. He requested me to cover them and place my hands on them. The trick was now practically done. As the slates had been examined so many times and nothing found on them, even after the automatic writing, the majority of persons would testify that there was positively nothing on the slates when the medium left the table. The majority of persons would never remember that he at one time wrote on the large slate and erased it. The message being on a small slate, and these being spread around, few would have known that this message really appeared on the particular small slate that was originally next the top of the stack. Most people would have certified that they cleaned all the slates themselves, that the medium never touched any of the small ones, and that he only laid his hands on top of the stack a few times. Some would even forget that the medium handled their writing at all before burning it. I am sure that the nickeled tube that carried the dripping water into the space over the glass bowl had a second tube within it, through which his assistant from the adjoining room either blew or sent by some mechanism the chemicals, probably potassium, that would take fire and burn on striking the water. When I performed the slate trick described above, after writing the automatic message, apparently erasing it and replacing the slates, I do not scatter the slates around on the table as this medium did. Instead, I proceed as I will now describe. We place our palms on the stack, and after a time examine the large slate for a message, but find none. I may incidentally remark that this last examination unconsciously verifies in the sitter's mind the fact that I actually erased what I wrote automatically. I now look on some of the smaller slates for a message, but find none. When I do this, I do not turn these slates over and look at their undersides, but merely take off the top slate to see if there be a message on the upper surface of the one under it. I merely remark, "Well, there is nothing on that slate," indicating the second one from the top, and at the same time I drop the top slate, now in my hand, on the table beside the stack. I immediately take off the second slate and repeat this same performance, dropping it on top of the first one. I keep on with this performance until I have removed 4 or 5 of the slates, and have them stacked in a second stack beside the first one. Then, seeming to grow discouraged, I remark, "I guess there is no message," and I replace the second stack on the first stack. This places the message slate 4 or 5 slates down in the stack, as the bottom slate of the second stack, being the top slate of the original stack, is now the message slate. I next up-edge the small slates and place a rubber band around them, placing them in the sitter's lap. I, of course, place what was the top of the stack downward when I do so. As the stack is on the side edges of the slates when I first up-edge them, I next bring them over the end edges while I put the band in place. It is now easy to place the stack of slates upon the sitter's lap with the top slate down, and to attract no notice to this fact. This is because the position has been changed a time or so in placing the band on, and I then take the stack in my hands by the edges of the slates, and simply place what was the top side of the stack in the beginning at the bottom. In due time I tell the subject to make an examination for a message, and of course 4 or 5 slates down he finds a message on the upper surface of one of the slates. This seems very miraculous, as the slates have been so repeatedly examined and nothing found. Finding the message on the upper surface of a middle slate, where but a moment before there was nothing, seems to be truly a marvel. The subject, having cleaned and stacked these slates himself, and having seen them examined so many times, naturally feels impressed that the message comes by some superhuman power. End of section 37. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 38. Fraudulent Spiritualism Unveiled, Part 2, by David P. Abbott. The Name of the Dead. In the book entitled Psychics, Facts, and Theories by Reverend Minot J. Savage, at page 15 the following account will be found. Soon I began to hear raps, apparently on the floor, and then in different parts of the room. On this the lady remarked simply, "Evidently there is someone here who wishes to communicate with you. Let us go into the front parlor where it will be quieter." This we did, the raps following us, or rather beginning again as soon as we were seated. At her suggestion I then took pencil and paper, which I happened to have in my bag, and sat at one side of a marble-top table, while she sat at the other side in a rocker and some distance away. Then she said, "As one way of getting at the matter, suppose you do this. You know what friends you have in the spirit world. Write now a list of names, any names you please, real or fictitious, only among them somewhere include the names of some friends in the spirit world who you think might like to communicate with you, if such a thing were possible." I then began. I held a paper so that she could not possibly have seen what I wrote, even though she had not been so far away. I took special pains that no movement or facial expression should betray me. Meantime, she sat quietly rocking and talking. As I wrote, perhaps at the 8th or 10th name, I began to write the name of a lady friend who had not been long dead. I had hardly written the first letter before there came 3 loud, distinct raps. Then my hostess said, "This friend of yours of course knows where she died. Write now a list of places, including in it the place of her death, and see if she will recognize it." This I did, beginning with Vienna, and so on with any that occurred to me. Again, I had hardly begun to write the real name when once more came 3 raps, and so on concerning other matters. I speak of these only as specimens. Now I cannot say that in this particular case the raps were not caused by the toe joints of the lady. The thing that puzzles me in this theory is as to how the toe joints happened to know the name of my friend, where she died, etc., which facts the lady herself did not know and never had known. It has been the writer's good fortune to witness practically this same experiment performed by a very expert medium, Dr. Schlosinger, who was traveling over the country a few years ago. I was residing at that time in Falls City, Nebraska, a place of a few thousand population. For 2 winters I had traveled some as a magician, so when the medium came to town and began to perform his miracles, certain members of the community suggested having me witness one of his seances, thinking I would be able to discover whether his tests were genuine or whether they were performed by the aid of trickery. Accordingly, one evening, a prominent physician invited me, with certain relatives and friends, to attend a seance given in his parlors. When we arrived, I was introduced to the medium, an elderly gentleman with a long white beard and wearing glasses. He appeared to be slightly deaf, as he placed his hand to his ear and had my name repeated. He was introduced to the remainder of the company en masse, the names of the visitors not being given to him. The medium soon announced that, quote, "his mission on this earth was to absolutely prove to humanity the immortality of the soul." Close quote. He now offered to give some tests to those desiring it, and asked for a small table which was placed in an adjoining room. He invariably held his hand to his ear to catch what was being said, being apparently quite deaf. He also used this same expedient when listening to the voices of the unseen spirits and reporting their communications. My father and another gentleman were selected for the first test, as they were considered very skeptical in such matters. As they retired to a closed room, I did not see the experiment, but will give some parts of it as reported to me further on. In a short time they returned to the parlor, engaged in a discussion over the matter, and my father remarked, "I do not know how you got your information, but I feel certain it was not from my brother, or he would have given a certain point correctly." The medium then said, "If I will tell you where your father died, and the disease he died of, will you be convinced?" My father replied, "I suppose I will have to be, if you can do that." They then retired, and the medium succeeded partially in the experiment, and would have certainly succeeded entirely had my father followed his instructions. I will describe what was reported to me of this test farther on. I now offered myself for a test. I retired to the room with the medium, and incidentally offered him $1.50, the same my father had given him, but he refused the money, saying, "Your father is not convinced, and I will not take any more money." He now took a sheet of paper from a tablet and drew 5 straight lines across it, spacing the sheet into 6 spaces about equal. Next, taking my hand and looking earnestly into my face, he said, "Promise me that if I succeed you will not make light of this. Promise me, for this is very sacred to me." I did so. Now he directed me to write names in the spaces on the sheet, any names I pleased, writing but one name in each space. All the names were to be of living or fictitious persons except one, this one to be the name of some one I had known who was then dead. He said, "Be fair with me, and I will scratch out the dead person's name." These were his exact words, therefore I in no way tried to hide my writing from him, although he stood at a distance and did not appear to watch me. I took a pencil and began writing the names. Being unprepared, I had to think of the names I wished to write. I desired to select names of persons living at a distance, so that he could in no possible manner know them. While I was writing, he talked incessantly, which, in spite of myself, divided my attention. At the same time he kept urging me to write, and immediately after urging me, would begin talking rapidly on some spiritualistic subject. I remember saying, "You must give me time to think." I thought I used great care so as to write each name with the same precision, and tried to betray no emotion when writing the dead person's name. I selected the name Cora Holt for the dead person's name. This was the name of an aunt who had died in another state. As soon as I had written the names, he asked me to cut them apart into slips, having one name on each slip. Now, here I do not remember whether he folded them himself or had me help, as I was not expecting them to be folded. However, we folded each one into a billet with the writing inside. He now directed me to place them in a hat, and to hold the hat under the table, take out the billets one at a time, and throw them on the table-top. This I did while he stood with his right arm extended toward the table and about 1 foot above it. After I had thrown a few billets on the table, as I threw the next one, I heard 3 loud, distinct raps. He said, "There, that's the one that is dead. Open it and see if I am right, but do not let me see it. Fold it up again and place it in your pocket." I opened the billet. I did not know what the name would be, as I had mixed them under the table, yet I had a feeling that it was correct. I opened it, and sure enough, the name was Cora Holt. I refolded it, placing it in my pocket. I must confess that I felt a momentary creepy feeling pass over me, as my emotions were wrought up to such a pitch by the intense manner in which I had watched all the details of the experiment. I informed him that he was right, but did not tell him the name. He now took my hand in his, and, leading me into the parlor, had me state to the company what had just occurred. Now, placing his hand on my head, he said, "I will endeavor to give you the name." Closing his eyes, his body trembled or shuddered with a kind of paroxysm, and apparently with a great effort he pronounced the name Cora Holt. This effort seemed to greatly exhaust him, and, coming out of his temporary trance, he begged us to excuse him, saying that there were opposing spirits present and he could do no more that night, that he had done all for us that lay within his power. He now took his leave. This was all very impressive to me at the time, except the raps. It was only afterwards that I thought out the explanation which I will give farther on. As to the raps, They had the sound of a pencil tapping loudly on a thin strip of wood or a ruler, and not the sound of tapping on a table. I had previously known of the mechanical and electrical rappers supplied by certain conjuring depots and worn on the person of the medium or attached to a table. My impression was at the time that possibly he had a rapper in the sleeve of the arm extended over the table, and by directing the attention to the table, the sound would appear to come from there. As I was sitting right against the table, I will say that the sound did not appear to me to come from the table, but more nearly from his person. Referring again to the test given my father, the medium first announced his prices, which he would accept if satisfactory. This was agreed to and paid. He then had my father write names on paper in a manner similar to the way I have described, except he did not request my father to write a dead person's name. Instead, he requested him to write, among other names, his mother's maiden name, his wife's maiden name, his father's name, also the names of certain members of his family and some of his friends, some of whom should be dead. This my father did. Among the names written by my father was his mother's maiden name, viz. Celestina Redexilana Phelps, a name certainly out of the ordinary. He also wrote his wife's maiden name, his father's name, his brother's name, and several other names, 6 or 8 altogether. When the medium had the billets taken out of the hat, he said, "You have there the name of your mother. The name is something like Celestia, not Celestina, Roxalina, not Redexilana Phelps," thus giving wrong pronunciations to the first 2 names. However, when my father opened it, sure enough, it was his mother's maiden name. My father now took another billet which had written thereon his father's name. This the medium gave correctly, stating that this was his father's name. The next billet had written thereon the name of my father's brother. The name was James Ashell Abbott. The medium then said, "Your brother James is here, and he says to tell you that he is happy, and that you are making a great mistake not to believe." Now this brother had always been called by his second name, and not by the name of James. My father said, "If you are my brother, give me your full name." The medium replied, "James Ashabel Abbott," giving an entirely wrong pronunciation to the second name. This it was, with some other error, that led to the discussion they had on returning to the parlor, and in which my father remarked, "If you get your information from the dead, they should be able to pronounce their own names correctly." My father, not being familiar with the methods of trickery, could not with exactness give all the minute details of the test as I would have wished, and as I never had an opportunity to see this experiment myself, I can only surmise the means employed in its production. The second experiment with my father had been an effort to tell the disease of which my grandfather died, also the place where he died. The medium required my father to write on the usual ruled paper a name of a disease and also a name of a place in each space, that is, one disease and one place in each space. He remarked in giving directions, like New York, measles, Philadelphia, smallpox, etc. He required, however, that my father write in the same space the correct disease, and also the correct place of his father's death. The remainder of the spaces were to contain the names of any disease or any place he might choose. This my father did, writing in one space Sacramento Dysentery. This was the correct disease, but the city was the place of my grandfather's burial, and not the place of his death, the latter being a village called Hangtown. The medium quickly gave dysentery as the disease and Sacramento as the place of my grandfather's death. It was plain that had my father written the village where his father died instead of his burial place, the medium would have succeeded. This, however, proved beyond a doubt that the medium obtained his information from the writing and not from the spirits of the dead. After thinking the matter over, I decided that while I was uncertain as to the manner in which Dr. Schlosinger had performed all these experiments, I could reproduce 2 of them with certainty as often as he did. I immediately made the trial and found I could succeed fully 9 times out of 10 on the average. I might state that the doctor also failed about 1 time in 10 on an average. Nevertheless, the people of the community were greatly excited, talking of his miracles in groups on the streets, for some days. The medium was coining money, yet I found a few cases where he failed totally. The failures were seldom mentioned. It was the successes that excited the people. The method I use in reproducing the first test given me is to so direct the attention of the subjects before the writing by my discourse as to cause them to select unconsciously the name of the dead person in advance. This is easily managed with a little practice in talking, and still they will never guess that it was done on purpose. Now, as they begin to write, they will naturally pause before writing each name to think of a name to write. The pause may be but slight, yet there is some pause. Of course, when they write the selected name, no pause will be necessary, and if hurried properly at that time, they will make none. This is the object of the incessant talking during the experiment. If left to themselves, the subjects will, in about one half of the cases, write the selected name in the third space from the top. In about half of the remaining cases, the selected name will be written in the fourth space from the top. This is especially true if, in your instructions, you direct the subject to, quote, mix the dead person's name somewhere in among the others where you cannot know where it is, close quote. In the remaining cases, the subjects are liable to write the selected name anywhere, generally first or last. Now, my object is to so manipulate my subjects as to cause them to write the selected name when I want them to do so. This is done by continuous talking and distracting their attention until the proper moment. I choose the third space, since this, being the one they are most likely to choose of their own accord, it is the easiest to force. Just as they begin to write the first name, before they make a mark, I say suddenly, "Now be sure and select names of living persons that I could not possibly know." This is almost certain to ensure a pause, and the name of a living person to be written first. I continue my talking in a natural manner, taking the attention to a great extent from the writing, and nearly always observing another pause just before writing the second name. When the second name is almost finished, I exclaim suddenly, "Now write as rapidly as possible." If the subjects have been properly impressed with the seriousness of the experiment, they will almost invariably, on finishing the second name, in obedience to my command to be as rapid as possible, and in their desire to please me, hurry into the name already in their minds, thus writing the selected name in the third place. If such is the case, they will now most surely pause to think of a fourth name. If so, I am certain that I now know the selected name. However, if they should rapidly pass into the fourth name, it is then uncertain whether the selected name is in the third or fourth space. This, however, seldom happens if worked in an expert manner. In rare cases, the subject cannot be manipulated by the performer, in which case it is purely guesswork. Even in such cases, however, I stand one chance in 6 of succeeding, and if I make a second trial on failing, not uncommon with mediums, I stand one chance in 3 of succeeding. It is hardly worth while to say that as I fold the billets, I fold the third one slightly different from the rest, so that while it will not attract attention, I can see at a glance what it is when thrown on the table. I memorize the name. Also, if in doubt, I fold a second choice in a still different manner for a second trial. Frequently, I memorize more of the names, folding so I can pick them out. Then, after giving the dead person's name with proper effect, I pick up the others, hold them to my head, and call out the names. The effect of this on a subject is very impressive. With a little practice, the above test can be given with very small chance of failure, and in the event of making a failure it can be explained by the statement that "there are opposing spirits present," or some similar excuse. If one has other tests at his command, it is well, in the event of failure, to announce that he will try something else, and then give another test. As these experiments are always tried alone with one or at most 2 subjects, a failure attracts little notice. Now, I cannot say positively that Dr. Schlosinger performed this experiment in exactly this same manner, but I do have a recollection of his hurrying me along in my writing at some stage of its progress. I also know that I can succeed as often as he did. I will add further that a few days later I prepared 6 names in advance, and with my wife had a sitting with the medium. This time, although I paid him, he failed utterly. He tried in every way and had me write additional names. This time I guarded the points in the above explanation, yet no matter how he tried, he made an utter failure. All tricks require certain conditions, and this is why it is not safe to repeat the same trick for the same person. There is too much danger that the subject may notice the sameness of the modus operandi. Referring to the second test, which was given by the medium to my father, I will state that when the subjects are writing the cities and diseases, they will naturally pause after writing the city to think of a disease to go with it. Of course, when writing the correct ones which are already in mind, no pause will be necessary. Also, advantage may be taken of the fact that a small % of persons die of smallpox or measles. If, in giving the directions, one says, "Write like this, Philadelphia, smallpox, New York, measles," and the subject writes smallpox or measles in the list, it is safe to eliminate that from the case. This is especially true if written in conjunction with some large city, the name of which occurs readily to the mind. It is safe also to eliminate Philadelphia or New York if these should be written, provided you mention these names in the directions, and that the test is not being given in their section of the country. A small % of the people of a country die in any two places of prominence. Yet these places will be written readily by most subjects if they are suggested, or at least other places of equal prominence will be written. If an unusual place or disease should be written, it is almost certain these are the ones. It can readily be seen how expert one can become at this by continuous practice, such as a medium has many times a day, how one can learn to take advantage of every little point and use it with telling effect on unsuspecting strangers who do not know what is going to happen or what to look for. I have been told that Dr. Schlesinger has a very sharp eye, although wearing glasses, and that the glasses were probably to make the subject think it is impossible for him to read writing when they are moved out of position and placed on the forehead, as they were during the tests. It has also been suggested that his poor hearing was feigned to enable him to hear remarks made about himself in his presence. I have suspected that his memory has become trained to a high degree of accuracy, enabling him to give his tests with such marvelous success as he did with nearly all wherever he went. That he does not use one set of principles only in his tricks, I am certain, but has many more at his command which he uses continually. However, I can only vaguely guess at them from having seen his tests but once. Now, I do not say that this was the method employed by the lady with Reverend Savage, given in the account at the beginning of this chapter. But as the experiments are practically the same, it is safe to conclude that the methods used are the same, or nearly so. If the tests were genuine in the case of the lady mentioned, it was probably genuine in the case of Dr. Schlesinger. On the other hand, if it were trickery in one case, it probably was in both. End of section 38, read by Phil Chenevert. Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 39. Fraudulent Spiritualism Unveiled, Part 3, by David B. Abbott. Mind Reading in Public. Not long ago, I received a letter from an old-time friend, in which he urgently requested me to make a journey to his city. In bygone days, he and I had spent many hours together, discussing the mysteries of existence, the hidden powers which nature manifests to us, and the origin and destiny of the human soul. My friend is a physician, and what is more, an earnest student, and he is also an investigator of that strange phenomenon in nature which manifests itself in organized beings subjectively, as thought, feeling, and things spiritual. Many times had we discussed the possibility and also the probability of an existence of the spiritual part of man after death. Many times had he reported to me cases of strange phenomena that tended to prove the indestructibility of spirit. When I received this missive, it stated to me that the writer most earnestly desired my presence in his city, that I might assist in investigating a very strange and marvelous case of psychic phenomena. The case was that of a certain traveling spirit medium who claimed the power to summon from the realms of the invisible the shades of our departed friends and loved ones. He gave most marvelous exhibitions to prove his strange and miraculous power. My friend stated that he thought he had at last found a person with at least some queer psychical gift, if not even possessing the power that he claimed. He had watched the exhibition most carefully, and had even served on a committee on the psychic stage, and he could find no evidence of trickery of any kind. He was inclined to believe that this strange being really possessed the power of vision without the use of human eyes, as he certainly read sealed missives of which he could in no secret manner have obtained knowledge. Accordingly, on Saturday evening I journeyed to a city 100 miles away to witness the work of this modern sorcerer. On my arrival I suggested to my friend a number of ways by which such things could be performed by trickery, but he informed me that none of my explanations seemed to elucidate this strange work. The secret did not consist in the use of odorless alcohol, for the reason that the medium never touched the sealed envelopes at all. In fact, he was never nearer to them than 10 feet. This also made it impossible for him to use the principle on which the trick is based, which is known to the profession as Washington Irving Bishop's sealed letter reading. He informed me that sheets of paper or cards were passed to the spectators in the audience, and at the same time envelopes in which to seal their questions were furnished for them, that the spectators wrote questions as directed, many times signing their own names to them. He was certain that many persons folded their written questions before sealing them, and that the operator himself did not even collect the envelopes on many occasions. He informed me that the best evidence of the genuineness of the performance lay in the fact that the medium seemed to have no fixed conditions for his experiments, but seemed to perform them in a different manner on each occasion. The conditions were different in every case, yet he always read the questions with the most marvelous certainty. I thought the matter over after this, but could in no way think of any plausible means of accomplishing his work by trickery. I finally decided to wait and see the performance first, and to figure afterwards on the method employed. Accordingly, at 8 o'clock that evening I was seated in the hall with my friend, and shortly afterwards the seer made his appearance, taking his seat on the stage. He was a very slender personage, with long hair and a particularly ghostly look. He took his seat quietly on the stage. In a short time his manager appeared and made an opening address, which I will not repeat, and then asked some boy in the audience to pass cards around to the spectators on which they were to write questions. Envelopes were also distributed in which to seal the cards. When the writing was finished, the manager asked any boy to take a hat which he held in his hand, and collect the sealed envelopes. After the boy, whom everyone knew to be a local resident, kindly volunteered for this service and executed it, a committee was invited to the stage to properly blindfold the medium. This was done in a satisfactory manner, and the committee then returned to the audience. The manager now led the blindfolded medium to the rear of the stage, where he was seated somewhat behind a table, on which were some flowers, a music box, etc. However, the medium was in plain view, and he never removed the bandage from his eyes or in any manner molested it. When the boy came on stage directly from the front with a hat full of sealed envelopes, the manager placed a handkerchief over the hat and asked the boy to take a seat near the front of the stage facing the audience. He was also directed to hold the hat in his lap and to deliver the envelopes to the manager one at a time, as he should call for them. The operator now delivered a lecture lasting some 10 or 15 minutes, explaining the strange powers of the blindfolded medium, who sat at the rear of the stage in full view, while the boy still maintained the seat at the front of the stage and held the hat of envelopes in sight of all. After the lecture, the manager requested the boy to give him one of the envelopes, which the boy did. The manager did not look toward it in any manner, but took it in the tips of his right fingers, held it in the air, and asked the medium to give the writer of the question a test. The medium shivered a few times, allowed his frame to convulse slightly, and thus began, I feel the influence of one who was a brother. I get the name of Clarence. Will the one who wrote this question identify it as his? There was no response from the spectators, and the medium asked again that the writer speak out. Still silence greeted his request, when suddenly he pointed his bony finger into the crowd, while his blinded face confronted them, and exclaimed, "Mr. John H., why do you not respond to your test?" A gentleman in the audience then acknowledged the test was his. The medium then continued, "Clarence was drowned. I sense the cold, chilly water as it envelops his form." At this the lady sitting with the gentleman began to cry. The medium continued, "The drowning was wholly by accident. There was no foul play. Now, Mr. H., have I answered your question, and are you satisfied with your test?" The gentleman, a well-known citizen, acknowledged that he was perfectly satisfied. The manager then laid the envelope on a small table, and asked the boy for another one. The boy gave him another from the hat, when the blindfolded medium, 10 feet or more distant, gave the second test. He shivered again, and began, "I feel the influence of a young lady who died suddenly. She says, 'Sister Mary, I am very happy, and death was not so hard to endure.' I want you to consult a good, honorable attorney, and take his advice in the lawsuit you ask me about." The medium then continued, "Miss L., your sister regards you with a look of great tenderness and love. Are you satisfied with your test?" A lady then replied that she certainly was entirely convinced. The manager now laid this sealed envelope beside the other one, and again called for another. This was continued until all the envelopes in the hat were removed and the questions answered. None of the envelopes were opened. In some instances, the medium first read the questions, word for word, before answering them, and when he did so, he described the writing minutely, even the formation of the strokes of the letters. After all these tests were given, the medium removed the blindfold, and seemed much exhausted. Then the tables were removed to one side of the stage, and a cabinet erected, after which some cabinet manifestations that were very interesting were given. When these were over, the manager collected the sealed envelopes from the table and placed them on the front of the stage, inviting the writers to call, should they so desire, and get their questions. Some availed themselves of this opportunity and tore open a number of the envelopes until they found their own questions. The audience seemed greatly impressed with this exhibition, and the next day it was the talk of the town. On the next evening I again repaired to the public hall to witness and, if possible, fathom this performance. This time, however, I found that an entirely different method was employed. Envelopes and slips of paper were distributed, and after the questions were written and sealed, the manager went about the room, gathering them up in a small black bag with a drawstring around its top. As he gathered up each one, and while the writer still held it, he gave to that person a number which was to serve as that particular person's number during the tests. At the same time, the manager marked the number on the subject's envelope while the subject held it, drawing a circle around the figure, after which the subject dropped the envelope into the sack. When all were collected, the operator took the sack in the tips of his fingers, and, holding it aloft, walked up the runway to the stage, where a cord hung from a screw-eye fastened to the ceiling above. The other end of the cord was attached to a piece of furniture on the stage. The manager now attached the black bag containing the envelopes to the end of this string, and then, taking the other end, drew the bag up to the ceiling near the screw-eye, where it remained in full view during the tests. While the manager was doing all this, the ghost-like medium had been walking about the stage, reading in a large Bible. He now laid the Bible on a table, and advanced to the front of the stage, while the manager delivered a lecture on spiritual philosophy, and also on the strange power of the medium. After this, the manager announced that the medium would hold a Bible service, during which time he would give the tests. The medium now took his Bible, and, seating himself in a chair facing the audience, began by reading a verse. After this, he closed his eyes for a time, and then gave the first test. He began, "I will give these tests in the order in which the manager gave you your numbers, commencing with number 1. Now, Mrs. Clara S., I see standing near you an elderly lady, somewhat stooped, but I cannot see her face plainly. She seems to be your mother. She says to tell you that your son is doing well where he is, and for you not to worry, for he will return to you in time. Are you satisfied?" A lady in the audience was visibly affected, and acknowledged that the medium had answered her question correctly. The medium read another verse in the Bible, after which he gave the second test in a manner similar to the way in which he had given the first one. After this he read another verse, and so continued until all the questions in the sack were answered. The manager now lowered the sack, and emptying the envelopes into a small basket, distributed them unopened to their writers. The effect of this exhibition was fully as great as was that of the former one, and the medium continued to be the wonder of the town. On the next evening I again attended the meeting. On this occasion questions were written and sealed as on the former occasions. This time the medium was dressed as a Mahatma, wearing a large turban. As soon as the questions were written, the manager collected them in a small wicker basket and emptied them on a table on the stage. He only talked for a moment, describing what the medium would do. During all this time the medium was seated near the front of the stage. The medium now tapped a little bell he held in his hand, as if summoning the spirits, and began giving the tests in the most marvelous manner. He seemed somewhat nervous, and finally arose and walked across the stage, stopped a moment, and then continued his walk. Meanwhile he kept giving the tests. Occasionally he would walk about nervously, and sometimes he would seat himself in the chair for a time. But he kept right on giving test after test with perfect accuracy, while the sealed envelopes remained in full view on the table. During this time, and in fact during the time the audience was writing the questions, neither the medium nor the manager had ever left the sight of the spectators for even an instant. After all the tests were given, the medium, very much exhausted, fell on a couch on the stage, while the manager scooped the envelopes back into the basket and then distributed them to their writers in an unopened condition. I will now explain how this occultist gave these various billet tests. We will first refer to the tests given the first evening. A boy from the audience gathered up the sealed envelopes in a hat and brought them to the stage, sitting with them in his lap, while he delivered one at a time to the manager, who held it aloft, during which time the blindfolded medium in the rear gave the test. There was a simple little move that escaped the eyes of the spectator in this instance. The spectators did not know what was to happen, neither did the boy. The move was executed as follows. Just as the boy came on the stage with the hat, the manager received the hat in his right hand, and in a natural manner. Nothing was thought of this, as there was nothing suspicious in the act. Meanwhile the manager directed the boy to take a chair that sat to the left of the front of the stage, and to place it to the right side in front facing the audience, and to take his seat thereon. Now this conversation with the boy naturally occupied the attention of the spectators, and while the boy was executing the directions, the manager turned to the table, which was somewhat back on the stage, and apparently took a large handkerchief from it, and with the hat still apparently in his hand, he stepped to the boy, giving him the hat of envelopes and the handkerchief at the same time, instructing him how to cover the hat and how to deliver the envelopes one at a time. All of this maneuvering seemed so natural that the audience thought nothing whatever of it. Now as the manager turned to the table to get the handkerchief, and while most eyes were on the boy as he placed his chair and took his seat, the manager deftly exchanged the hat in his right hand with another hat just like it, that was filled with dummy envelopes, and which was behind the flowers, music box, etc. on the table. As he immediately turned with the hat apparently still in his hand, but with a large handkerchief in his other hand, everything seemed natural, and the audience thought nothing of the incident. The manager now, after giving the boy the hat and handkerchief, invited a committee to come forward and blindfold the medium, who had been seated at the left of the stage. The committee first placed a lady's glove on the eyes of the medium as an additional precaution, and then placed a handkerchief over this and tied it behind his head. This method of blindfolding is the one usually employed by most mediums. If the face of the medium be properly formed, he can easily shift such a bandage with his eyebrows sufficiently to see directly under his eyes by looking down alongside his nose. The committee now retired to the audience, and the performer led the medium to a seat behind the table. Now, while the manager delivered the lengthy lecture, the medium quietly tilted over the hat of envelopes behind the objects on the table, and then, taking one at a time, opened the envelopes and removed the cards, arranging the cards on top of each other like a pack of playing cards. The lecture lasted long enough for the medium to complete this task, and as he held the cards in his left hand, he could now move slightly to the right, so that he was pretty well in view of the spectators. However, his left hand did not come into view. By the time the lecture was completed, the spectators had entirely forgotten the fact that the manager ever received the hat from the boy at all. In fact, next day, I noticed from the talk of the spectators that they invariably asserted that the hat never left the boy's hands or their sight. Now, while the manager held each envelope aloft, the medium had but to read the top card in his left hand and give the tests in a dramatic manner. After the tests, when the tables were set to one side and a cabinet erected, an assistant, out of view, received the cards from the medium's left hand, and then, while behind the scenes, replaced them in envelopes, sealed them, and then exchanged these for the dummy envelopes on the small table. After the entertainment, the manager placed the originals, now again sealed, near the front of the stage for the writers to take and keep as souvenirs if they should so desire. It is evident that this method could be varied a little. For instance, when the manager holds the envelope aloft, the medium could first read it and carefully describe the writing. He could then ask for the envelope so as to become en rapport with the writer, in order that he may give the correct answer. In this case, he could leave the surplus cards on the back of the table behind the music box, and have in his left palm only the single card he is reading. When he receives the envelope, he should place it in his left hand, directly over the card, and tear off the end of the envelope. He should then, apparently, take out the card from the envelope, but in reality take the original card from the rear of the envelope with his right hand. He should then, with his right hand, press this card on top of his head and give the answer while his left hand lays the opened envelope on the table or music box. In this case, as soon as he answers the question, he should return the card to the manager with his right hand and ask the manager to have some boy run with it to its writer. After it is returned to its writer, the manager can hold aloft another envelope and the medium continue with the tests. After the tests, the manager should remove the torn envelopes as they contain dummy cards. I will now explain the method pursued on the second evening. After the questions were written and sealed, the manager went among the spectators, collecting the envelopes in a cloth bag. He first numbered the envelopes, at the same time instructing each spectator to remember his number, after which the envelopes were dropped into the bag. When all the envelopes were collected, the manager lifted the bag in the tips of his fingers and ascended to the stage with it in plain view. He quickly attached it to the cord and drew it up to the ceiling. So far, all was fair. But just at this moment, a person in the rear of the hall made a statement that he desired to place his envelope in the bag also. The performer asked a gentleman on the floor to take the bag, which he now lowered and detached, and to kindly go to the gentleman and get his envelope. While he was doing this, the manager held the audience by his discourse. The two gentlemen were, of course, paid confederates, and when they met behind the spectators, they merely exchanged the first bag for a duplicate under the coat of the rear confederate, who then slipped around behind the stage with the original. When the other confederate returned to the stage with the duplicate bag and handed it to the manager, he ran this one up to the ceiling. This method can be varied by the manager making the exchange under his own coat in the first place when in the rear of the hall after collecting the envelopes. Meanwhile, an assistant behind the scenes opened and copied the questions neatly on a sheet of paper and numbered each one. As he did this, he slipped each one into a duplicate envelope, which was also numbered by the manager with a ring drawn around the figure. This he sealed. As soon as all were copied, this assistant carefully drew the medium's Bible just out of sight from the table near the files where it rested, inserted the sheet containing the copied questions, and pushed it back into view again. During this time, the medium was walking slowly about at the front of the stage while the manager delivered his lecture. At the close of the lecture, the medium stepped back to the table where he had laid his Bible a short time before, picked it up, and came forward, taking a seat facing the audience. He next opened the Bible and turned the leaves over slowly, passing the sheet of paper and reading and memorizing the first question quickly. He then turned the leaves beyond this sheet of paper and finally selected a verse and began reading it impressively. As he read this verse, he allowed the Bible to tilt forward sufficiently for the spectators to see that there was nothing like a loose sheet in it, should such an idea occur to anyone. As he had turned over other pages after secretly reading the question, the sheet was hidden from view. After reading the verse, he allowed the Bible to close, and then, closing his eyes, gave the test for number 1. After this, he again opened the Bible and turned the leaves through it slowly, read the second question secretly, and finally found a second verse, which he proceeded to read in a solemn tone. He then gave a second test, and so continued until all the tests were given. He then lay down very much exhausted, and the manager lowered the cloth bag containing the dummy envelopes and emptied them upon a small table near the front of the stage. He then stepped to the rear of the stage and picked up a little wicker basket, into which he scooped the dummy envelopes from the small table where they lay in full view. He now descended and rapidly returned the unopened envelopes to their respective writers. The basket is what is known as a billet changing basket. It is lined with red satin and is a small affair with straight sloping sides. It has handles which, when down, lock 2 flaps up against the sides of the basket. This is done by 2 little projections on the base ends of the handle. They are of wire and are bent into such shapes that they project downward when the handle is down and hold the 2 side flaps up against the sides. These flaps are of pasteboard and are covered with red satin the same as the basket lining. There is a spring in each flap which closes it upon the bottom of the basket when it is released by raising the handle. Envelopes in the bottom of the basket are thus hidden and retained when the flaps are released, and the duplicates drop into the basket from the sides where they were concealed by the flaps. This basket can be supplied by the conjuring depots, or it can easily be made. The handle can be of wire and wrapped with raffia grass, which is on sale at the department stores. A pasteboard lining covered with red satin must first be sewed into the basket, and then the 2 flaps of pasteboard should be hinged to a pasteboard bottom by pasting on a hinge of cloth. A suitable spring can be made of spring wire and sewed into position, after which this is all covered with red satin and placed in the basket. The basket should have sides about 4 inches high, and the bottom should measure about 7 1/2 by 10 inches. The sides and ends slope outward, and the basket is open wicker work. Suitable bows of ribbon on the ends of the handles and corners of the basket conceal the mechanism. In the present instance, the assistant behind the scenes, after reading and placing the questions in duplicate envelopes which the manager had previously numbered, sealed them and placed them in the sides of the basket, bent up the flaps into position, and lowered the handle, locking them in place. He now pushed this basket into view on a table at the rear of the stage, and when the manager was ready to return the envelopes, he scooped the dummy envelopes from the table where they lay after the bag was emptied into this basket. He then lifted the handle, which released the flaps, covered up the dummy envelopes, and dropped the originals into view. These he took down and quickly distributed to the writers. Being numbered, this could be quickly done. I will now describe the method employed on the 3rd evening. This time dummy envelopes were placed in the sides of the basket and the handle left in a lowered position while the operator gathered up the envelopes. As the manager returned to the stage, he took the basket by the handle. This released the dummy envelopes and covered up the originals retaining them. He emptied the dummy envelopes upon the small table and then laid the basket on a table near the flies in the rear and rather out of view. An assistant behind the scenes took out the original envelopes, opened them, and as he read the questions, repeated them into a small telephone. The wires from this telephone ran under the stage carpet to a pair of metal plates with a tack in the center of each plate which pointed upwards. These plates were located under certain spots in the carpet and directly in front of the medium's chair. There were also 2 other pairs of wires leading to 2 other positions on the stage. The medium was dressed as a Mahatma on this evening, wearing a large turban. A large tassel dangled by his left ear, completely concealing a small watch case receiver which was attached to this ear. 2 tiny wires led from this receiver inside his collar down his person, and were connected to inside his shoes to other wires which penetrated the soles of his shoes. These latter wires were soldered to copper plates which were tacked into position on his shoe soles. He now took his position in the chair and placed his feet over the hidden tacks, which now contacted his shoe plates, completing the circuit so that anything whispered into the telephone on the stage was repeated in his ear. He then gave a few tests, tapping his spirit bell, which was a signal for more information from the assistant. He soon grew nervous and walked away, giving a test as he walked. He now paused in a certain position for a moment, placing his hand to his head as if somewhat dazed, and tapping his bell. In this position his feet were again over the 2 concealed tacks, and he again secured information for another test, which he gave as he walked about. He now paused in a third position and gave another test, after which he returned to the chair, continuing his work. This maneuvering he kept up until all the tests were given, after which he fell upon a couch exhausted, but with his feet from the spectators. The manager now stepped to the rear of the stage and took the basket, which was now in place containing the original envelopes, behind the flaps. And stepping to the small table, he scooped in the dummy envelopes, then taking the basket by the handles, he stepped down the runway and rapidly returned the unopened envelopes to their writers. The assistant had, of course, sealed the questions in duplicate envelopes previously numbered by the manager. He had placed these behind the flaps and shoved the basket into view on a table at the rear of the stage. I use a variation of these tricks in my double parlors. I have made a billet-changing basket as above described, and have also made a similar basket except that it contains no mechanism. I pass the cards and envelopes to the spectators in the front parlor. When the questions are written and sealed in the envelopes, I gather them up in the mechanical basket. I step to a table in the rear parlor and apparently empty them upon it. In reality, I have just raised the handle so that the originals are retained and the dummy envelopes are emptied on the table instead. I now step to an adjoining room for an instant to get a small decorated screen. I secretly leave the basket containing the original envelopes in this room and return with the other basket in my hand in its place. I place the small ornamental screen on the table back of the envelopes, but leave the envelopes in view and request the spectators to notice that I do not go near them until I get ready to give the tests. I now carelessly lay the non-mechanical basket on a table in the room where the spectators are, and proceed with some other tricks. Usually I give the series of experiments described in the chapter entitled Mediumistic Reading of Sealed Writings. I state to the spectators that I will not give the tests for the sealed envelopes until later in the evening. Meanwhile, should anyone think of such a thing, he can easily examine the little basket which he thinks I have just used, as it still lies on the table in front of the parlor, with other discarded paraphernalia, including slates, etc. I use no assistant, so after a time has elapsed, and when, by the performance of other sealed readings, suspicion has been diverted from the tests with the billets, my wife retires on some trifling errand. While out, she opens the envelopes in the basket, prepares the sheet of questions, and places it in the Bible. Then she reseals the questions in envelopes previously marked by me, places them in the sides of the basket, raises the flaps, and lowers the handle. She then usually enters with some light refreshments for the spectators, which explains her absence with a word. I continue with other experiments for 10 or 15 minutes after her return. Then I gather up my surplus paraphernalia, including the dummy basket, and carry all to the room adjoining the back parlor, where I leave it. I return instantly with the mechanical basket, which I place near my own table, and then I give another experiment of some kind. I now pick up the basket and announce that I have decided to return to their writers the envelopes on the table in front of the screen before attempting to give the tests. I do this as if it were a later notion. I now scoop in the dummy envelopes and raise the handles, which action covers them up and releases the originals, now sealed. I now distribute to the writers their envelopes, which I can do, as they are numbered as described earlier in this chapter. I request each sitter to hold his envelope until I shall give his test. Then I usually perform some other little experiment before giving the tests. I now take up my Bible, which I will stake I brought into the room unnoticed when I returned with the last basket. I then seat myself and leisurely turn the leaves through the Bible, reading verses and giving the tests as before described. I always first read a question secretly and then turn by the sheet of paper and begin reading a verse of Scripture. As I do this, I permit the front of the Bible to lower enough for the spectators to see the printed pages. This prevents suspicion. Meanwhile, the spectators have forgotten that I ever stepped from the room at all with the basket, and even that my wife retired for some refreshments. Neither did they notice the Bible when I brought it in. The effect on each person as I call him by name and describe the influence of his dear one, giving names and most marvelous information, is far superior to what it would be were I merely to read the questions literally and give the answers. End of section 39. Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor. Section 40. Some Famous Exposures. Probably the greatest swindle ever perpetrated in the name of spiritualism was recently brought to light in Stockton, California. The medium and his confederates materialized everything from frogs and small fish to a huge boulder of gold quartz weighing several hundred pounds. This latter had to be brought from the mountains with a mule team. The materializing was done through sliding panels in the walls, while the believers sat holding hands about the opposite side of a table and loudly singing sacred hymns. They had the only door to the room locked and sealed, and never dreamed that the spirits who brought the quartz from the mines were mules. Thousands of dollars were invested in this spirit mine, the believers stacking their money on the quartz as it lay on the table at a dark seance, and receiving deeds in return for their money, which the spirits dematerialized. The medium established, or had his spirits establish, a treasury of heaven for the faithful to deposit their money in, and on which they were to receive 50% interest. This interest the believers continued to receive at dark seances from the spirits for a time. Each sitter's interest was found on the table, stacked in front of him when the lights were lighted. When the spirit bank became insolvent and the chief medium disappeared, the believers were out about $35,000. No less personage than a millionaire of Tacoma, Washington, is said to have contributed largely to this spirit fund. I had known of this case for some time before the exposure conducted by a performer engaged for the purpose, and who knew that certain interested persons were contemplating bringing it about, in order to rescue certain estimable persons from the clutches of these mediums. This was successful, and the confederates of the mediums signed written confessions in the presence of one of the most devout of the believers, and a gentleman who is otherwise very intelligent. Upon this the gentleman was greatly crestfallen, but he still insists that there are certain mediums who are not impostors, and that certain mediums in Chicago who produce spirit portraits are genuine. A full and very interesting account of this exposure is given in the San Francisco Examiner of March 3rd and 4th, 1907. I could report enough cases of materialization to fill a volume. These I know of from various sources, and in every case they were invariably fraudulent. I will give a short account of a materialization which a very expert medium, who is on friendly terms with me, witnessed. The gentleman was originally a minister, and afterwards began investigating spiritualism, as he was a believer in it. He hoped to become a medium, and at one time paid 2 lady mediums of some renown, who reside in Chicago, $3 a sitting for 3 sittings a week. These sittings were conducted for the purpose of developing this gentleman in mediumship. He continued these for a long time, but he was no nearer to being a medium than he was in the beginning. At one time he detected one of the sisters passing a slate to the other, and substituting another in its place. He saw the edge of one of the slates protruding from behind the dress of one of the sisters. They never knew they were discovered, as he said nothing, but this opened his eyes. After this he investigated everywhere and at every opportunity, and grew to be a very expert medium himself. Recently, when in Los Angeles, he visited a séance conducted by a medium who claimed to be a Buddhist priest. This medium was known under the name of the Reverend Swami Mazzininanda. He had an altar in his home, constructed something like those in Roman Catholic churches. He had various candles and images on this altar, including an image of Buddha and also a number of mystical figures. It was a great mixture of fake Buddhism, Roman Catholicism, and modern spiritualism. The medium also wore the costume of a Buddhist priest at his seances. This priest held services here for the faithful. He conducted all in Hindustani, his native tongue. He chanted, prayed to Buddha, etc., all in a queer-sounding gibberish. Certain evenings of the week were devoted to soul travel, and certain evenings after the religious services a black chapter was held. The gentleman whom I have mentioned attended one of these dark seances. He sat with other spectators around the room in perfect darkness. The spectators were not required to hold hands, so great was their faith. Finally, in the darkness, a queer-looking, vapory, luminous form floated around in the air and paused in front of the spectators. My friend slipped down quietly on his knees, and gradually worked closer and closer to the luminous form, until he could detect that the vapor was a kind of luminous cheesecloth. He did not desire to expose this priest, but he desired to have the priest know that someone had discovered him. My friend accordingly took hold of the gauze and gave it a very slight downward jerk. He then immediately returned quietly to his seat. There was an immediate pause in the discourse of the priest, who had really been floating this form on the end of a stick. Everyone knew that something had happened, but no one but my friend knew what it was. The priest then said in his slow, peculiar, eccentric, and measured tones, "I have received a very great shock, and I will be unable to continue further this evening." The next day, when in conversation with some of the faithful, this priest stated in his peculiar manner of speaking, and with intense earnestness, that which follows: "Last night I received a very great shock. I was just in the middle of the dark chapter, and the spirit of the Master Krishna was out. Having spent the greater portion of my life on the Himalayas, my right eye has become injured by the snows." Then, pointing to his right eye, he added, "My right eye has a defect in it which you cannot see, but on account of that I can only see in the dark with it. I immediately turned my right eye downward, and I looked. I distinctly saw a lady's hand reach out toward my robe in the darkness, and this hand took hold of it and jerked it lightly, just like this." The Reverend Swami here illustrated by slightly jerking his coat downward. It was very amusing to hear him, in great seriousness, relate this in his low and measured accents to his faithful followers. Shortly after this, when the Los Angeles Herald was conducting a crusade against the numerous mediums of that city, and when it had an exhibit in its windows of the confiscated material of some of them, this Buddha priest was arrested and imprisoned for some of his practices. End of chapter 40. Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 41, by Hereward Carrington. More Tricks of Spiritualists. Matter through matter. There is one very clever test that is sometimes performed which would seem to show that something of this sort is accomplished. It is, however, nothing more than an ingenious trick, and this might be a good time to explain its modus operandi. The general effect of the illusion is this. The medium requests someone to assist him in an experiment in which he is going to attempt to pass matter through matter. As the test is one in which a confederate might easily be employed, he is very careful to choose some person who is well known, or whose character is above all suspicion. If this were not so, the entire effect of the test would be lost upon the investigators. Having secured his assistant, he hands him for examination a solid steel ring, just large enough to slip on and off the hand and arm easily. The ring is perfectly solid, and may be examined by anyone desirous of doing so. When this part of the performance is finished, the medium and his sitter then join or clasp their right hands, as in handshaking, and the sitter is instructed not to release the hand for a single instant. To, quote, make assurance doubly sure, close quote, however, the hands are fastened together in any way the sitter may desire, the hands being tied together with tape, e.g., and the ends of this tape tied and the knots sealed. The tape connects the wrists and the hands of the medium and his sitter, and this tying may be made as secure as possible. A piece of thick cloth is now thrown over the two hands and the lower part of the arms, concealing them from view. With his disengaged hand, the medium now takes the iron ring and passes it up under the cloth so as to bring it in contact with his own arm. He holds it there for some time, but ultimately snatches off the covering cloth and reveals to the eyes of the astonished audience the ring now encircling his own arm, in spite of the fact that the ties are still in status quo and the sitter never let go his hold for an instant. The ties and the ring may again be examined, if desired, before the hands are separated. This is an exceedingly effective test, and has every appearance of being genuine. Indeed, it is hard to see where trickery can come in. The trick is one of the simplest imaginable, however, and is performed in the following manner. The medium has provided himself with two rings exactly alike. One of these the audience is free to examine. The other the medium is wearing on his right arm under his coat. When the two hands are clasped together, therefore, it is a simple thing for the medium, under cover of the enveloping cloth, to slip the duplicate ring down his sleeve and onto his own hand, and that part of the miracle is accomplished. It remains only to explain what becomes of the first ring. The cloth thrown over the arm is very thick and stiff, as stated, and the inner side of this contains a double partition, a sort of bag, into which the medium slips the duplicate ring. The cloth now being shown on both sides without disclosing the ring, and the medium makes away with it as soon as possible, in order to avoid detection. Deception explained by the science of psychology. The object of this passage is to enable the reader to see more easily how it is that the watchful observer is deceived into believing that a thing is so, when in reality it is not, and vice versa, and also to give an idea of the various methods employed by the medium in order to accomplish his results. I must first of all call the reader's attention to one or two rules which every conjurer learns at the commencement of his study, and which he learns to apply so constantly that it becomes second nature to him. The first is, never let the eyes rest on the hand that is performing the sleight, but always on the other hand, or on some object on the table or elsewhere, as this will have a tendency to draw the eyes of the audience to that point also. The sitters or audience will always look at the point closely watched by the magician. Their eyes have a tendency to follow his, and wherever he looks, there will the onlooker look also. Needless to say, the magician makes use of this fact, and many tricks and illusions are dependent upon it for their successful accomplishment. Whenever the magician or medium looks intently at one hand, therefore, the other hand should be watched, as it is a sure sign that that is the hand which is performing the trick. Another fundamental rule that is observed by all sleight of hand performers is, never let an audience know beforehand what is to be done, that is, the nature of the trick that it is intended to perform. If the spectator knew what was forthcoming, he would be on the lookout for movements of the performer at certain critical times, just at the periods when close observation is least wanted, and would quite possibly detect the performer in the act of executing certain movements which would show how the trick was performed. But not knowing what is coming, the spectator is unable to watch closely at the critical moment, not knowing what that moment is, and so is unable to detect the trick, his attention being diverted by the performer just before this movement is made to some other object or movement. The methods of diverting the spectator's attention are various. There is the use of the eyes, as shown before. Then there is the spoken word, the performer telling the onlookers to observe some certain object or action, and the effect is to cause them to watch it as they are told. They follow the line of least resistance. The combined effect upon the spectator of the spoken word and the eyes together is generally irresistible. Another important factor is this: a performer should always let any suggestion, right or wrong, soak well into the spectator's mind before attempting to change it. This is for two reasons. In the first place, if the suggestion is correct, if, for example, the performer really does place an object in his left hand, and it is shortly found to have vanished from that hand, he is annoyed by hearing someone say that he was not really sure it was there in the first place, as it was covered up so quickly. If, on the other hand, the suggestion given was a false one, if, e.g., the performer says he has placed an object in his left hand, when in reality he has not done so, but has palmed it in his right hand, then it is still necessary to allow a certain time interval to elapse between the performing of the action which apparently placed the object in the hand, and the showing of the hand empty for this reason. If the hand into which the object is supposedly placed is immediately shown empty, the natural conclusion of the sitter is that the object was not in reality placed there at all, but was retained in the other hand, which would be the fact. If, however, the performer allowed some time to elapse between the action of placing the object in that hand, supposedly, and the showing of the hand empty, he meanwhile keeping his eyes fixed on the hand, suggesting to the sitters that the object is there, and in every way acting as if it were there, the idea will gradually gain a firm hold on the minds of the spectators that the object is there in reality, and they are correspondingly surprised to find it ultimately vanished. It is just such a knowledge of the way people's minds work, as a friend once said to me, which enables the conjurer to deceive the public, and it is precisely the same cast of mind that the medium possesses. He is, in fact, a good judge of human nature. Another fact that must be borne in mind is that when once a spectator has seen a movement made 2 or 3 times in the same manner, he frequently sees the performer make that movement on another occasion, when the performer had in reality only started to make the movement and suggested the rest. Thus, if the performer throws a ball up into the air 2 or 3 times in succession, and on the fourth occasion merely pretends to throw it up, really retaining it in the other hand, the great majority of the spectators will really see the ball ascend into the air on the fourth occasion, and will so state on being asked. We here depend upon association and habit. Professor Jastrow summed up this portion of the psychology of deception very well when he said, quote, "He, the conjurer, must associate the natural factors of his habits, actually attending to one thing while seemingly attending to another. At the same time, his eyes and his gestures and his patter misdirect the attention to what is apparently the essential field of operation, but really only a blind to distract attention away from the true scene of action. The conjurer directs your attention to what he does not do. He does not do what he pretends to do, and to what he actually does he is careful neither to appear to direct his own attention nor to arouse yours." Close quote. Professor Max Dessoir, in a very fine article on, quote, "The Psychology of Conjuring," close quote, writes as follows, quote, "By awakening interest in some unimportant detail, the conjurer concentrates that attention on some false point, or, negatively, diverts it from the main object. And we all know the senses of an inattentive person are pretty dull. When causing the disappearance of some object, the conjurer counts 1, 2, 3. The object must really disappear before 3, not at 3, because the attention of the public being diverted to 3, they do not notice what happens at 1 and 2. A specially successful method of diversion is founded on the human craze for imitation. The conjurer counts on this in many cases. He always looks in the direction where he wants the attention of the public, and does everything himself which he wants the public to do. If the trick is in the left hand, the conjurer turns sharply to the person to his right, presuming correctly that the spectators will make the same movement, and will not notice what is going on in his left hand. Every sharp, short remark will, for a moment at least, divert the eyes from the hands and direct them to the mouth, according to the above-mentioned law of imitation." Close quote. The successful conjurer has carefully studied beforehand every movement that is made, every word that is spoken, during a conjuring performance, and has seen that these all fit naturally into place, and help conceal the real workings of the trick. The right and left hands must be trained to operate independently and without the need of looking at either. Many conjurers practice doing 2 separate things at the same time, one with either hand, and the ability to do this is essential. Above all, the performer must be full of conscious self-possession, and feel himself to be master of the situation, no less than to feel the ability to cope with any emergencies that may arise. Turning now to a consideration of the séance, we find that many of these psychological rules still hold good, and their operation enables the medium to perform many actions which would otherwise be impossible. A certain suggestion is given to the sitters, and imagination and inference do the rest. Quote, "Our conclusions as to what we see or hear are always founded on a combination of observation and inference. But in daily life it is seldom necessary to distinguish between the 2 elements, since, when the object and its mode of presentation are familiar, our inferences are generally correct. But it is different when, owing to circumstances such as a bad light, we have to infer more in proportion to what we perceive than usual, or when someone, e.g. a conjurer or a ventriloquist, is trying to deceive us by presenting one object under the familiar aspect of another, and suggesting false inferences. It is not uncommon to find people at séances encouraging each other in the belief that they see, say, a living human figure, when all that they actually see is something moving which is about the size of a human being. The rest is inference." Close quote. How true these last remarks are is demonstrated by the statement made in the Revelations of a Spirit Medium, that an old wire mask, frequently used at materializing séances, had been recognized, quote, by dozens of persons as fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, cousins, sweethearts, wives, husbands, and various other relatives and friends. None but the medium knew that it was only a 50-cent wire mask. Hence, none but the medium could enjoy the humor of the occasion. Close quote. One of the most instructive incidents I know, in relation to this question of the psychology of deception, is the one given by Dr. Hodgson, the case of the officer and the Hindu juggler. In this case, a trick was performed before an English officer and his wife, and Dr. Hodgson happened to overhear this officer telling some travelers of the experience at dinner that evening. Quote, referring to the movements of the coins, he said that he had taken a coin from his own pocket and placed it on the ground himself, yet that this coin had indulged in the same freaks as the other coins. His wife ventured to suggest that the juggler had taken the coin and placed it on the ground, but the officer was emphatic in repeating his statement, and appealed to me for confirmation. He was, however, mistaken. I had watched the transaction with special curiosity, as I knew what was necessary for the performance of the trick. The officer had apparently intended to place the coin upon the ground himself, but as he was doing so, the juggler leaned slightly forward, dexterously and in a most unobtrusive manner received the coin from the fingers of the officer as the latter was stooping down, and laid it close to the others. If the juggler had not thus taken the coin, but had allowed the officer himself to place it on the ground, the trick as actually performed would have been frustrated. Now I think it highly improbable that the movement of the juggler entirely escaped the perception of the officer. Highly improbable, that is to say, that the officer was absolutely unaware of the juggler's action at the moment of its happening. But I suppose that, although an impression was made on his consciousness, it was so slight as to be speedily effaced by the officer's imagination of himself as stooping and placing the coin upon the ground. The officer, I may say, had obtained no insight into the modus operandi of the trick, and his fundamental misrepresentation of the only patent occurrence that might have given him a clue to his performance debarred him completely from afterwards, on his reflection, arriving at any explanation. Just similarly, many an honest witness may have described himself as having placed one slate upon another at a sitting with a medium, whereas it was the medium who did so, and who possibly effected at the same time one or two other operations altogether unnoticed by the witness. Close quote. In reading through descriptions of slate-writing seances, we very seldom find the statement made as to who placed the slates on the table, or under the table, etc. Generally the account reading, quote, the slates were then placed on the table, close quote, without any qualifying statement as to who placed them there. Accounts of this kind are absolutely worthless from an evidential standpoint. We must at once ask ourselves who placed the slates in that position, and if it was the medium, as it probably was in the vast majority of instances, then that test, in all probability, ceases to have any evidential weight. Anyone can read over a number of accounts of slate-writing performances and verify these statements if he chooses to do so. Frequently, the statement is made that the sitter did actually place the slate on the table, when in reality the medium did so. This error is quite unconscious on the sitter's part, of course, but the account is falsified nevertheless. Mistakes of this kind are very common, the sitter thinking afterwards that he, the sitter, must have placed the slates on the table himself. It will be seen from the above that there is a great difference between what actually transpired at any given séance and what the accounts say transpired. The general public cannot get that all-important fact too strongly rooted in its mind, that the events which transpired at a séance may not be reported accurately, so that the report of the séance may be altogether wrong and erroneous, though the sitters and those who drew up the report may have been thoroughly honest in their belief that the report is accurate in every respect. The effect of all this is very great indeed. Many spiritualistic séances are quite inexplicable, as described, but the description is not a true report of what took place at the seance in question. The facts are distorted. Consequently, the person taking it upon himself to explain what took place at the seance is called upon to explain a number of things which, in reality, never took place at all. We must remember in this connection that a number of conjuring tricks as described would be quite impossible to explain by any process of trickery. The description of the trick was not correct. Let me make this still clearer, and at the same time illustrate the difference between what apparently occurs and what actually happens by the following example. A conjurer places a coin, say a quarter, in each hand, and closes his hands. Another quarter is now placed upon the fingers of each hand, so that there is now 1 quarter in each hand and 1 quarter on the fingers of each hand. The magician announces that by simply opening and closing his hands, which are held at some distance from each other, he will thereby transfer one of the coins from one hand to the other, so that there will be 3 coins in one of the hands and only 1 left in the other. Now, if the sitter were writing out an account of what happened, it would most certainly read as follows. Quote, "The magician then tried the experiment of opening and closing his hands rapidly and causing the coins to be transferred as promised, but failed in the attempt, the coins from the back of each hand falling onto the table in a rather clumsy manner. They were, however, again placed upon the backs of the magician's hands. The movement was repeated, and this time successfully. The coins disappeared from the backs of both hands, in one of which was now found 3 of the coins, while the other hand contained only 1. Close quote. Such is precisely the description of the trick, as it would be given by the average person on seeing it, and it would represent his honest opinion of what occurred. As it stands, it is quite inexplicable by trickery. Needless to say, the account is not a true statement of what actually occurred, as the following explanation will make clear. The first time the coins were dropped on the table, the movement was not so clumsy as it might have been supposed. It was, in fact, intentional, being the principal factor in the accomplishment of the trick. What actually transpired at that time was this. The magician, by a quick movement, dropped both coins from one hand onto the table, at the same time dexterously opening the other hand a trifle, and allowing the second coin on that hand to fall into the interior of the hand itself. Thus, while both hands are still seen to be closed, one is empty and the other contains 2 coins. It is obvious, therefore, that when a coin is placed upon each of the hands again, the magician has only to repeat the opening and closing movement, and there will be 3 coins in one of his hands and only 1 in the other. This trick illustrates in a very simple and striking manner the possibility of reporting a fact in an entirely erroneous manner, quite unconscious of the fact that this error in reporting has been committed. Just in this same manner are many slate writing and other phenomena misreported, and hence an explanation of the seance as reported is rendered impossible. The trouble is that the report does not really report what actually occurred. Many of my readers may feel somewhat insulted at this accusation that they cannot detect such obvious trickery when it exists, and that they are liable to make such mistakes in recording a seance as those here mentioned. They may comfort themselves with the thought, however, that it is no disgrace to make mistakes and errors of this kind, for, as Professor Jastrow pointed out, quote, "The matter is, in some aspects, as much a technical acquisition as in the diagnosticating of a disease. It is not at all to the discredit of anyone's power of observation or intellectual acumen to be deceived by the performances of a conjurer, and the same holds true of the professional part of the mediumistic phenomena. Until this homely but salutary truth is impressed with all its importance upon all intending investigators, there is little hope of bringing about a proper attitude toward these and kindred phenomena." Close quote. These remarks will make it clear to us why many men of science have been deceived by very simple tricks and fraudulent devices while investigating spiritualistic phenomena. Their scientific culture is no guarantee that they are any more capable of detecting fraud than is the man in the street. In fact, their training has made them very much less capable of detecting fraud than the average person who comes more in contact with the world and is an acuter judge of character and human nature. End of section 41. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 42, How Spirits Materialize. Reader, have you ever attended a séance for full-form materialization? Have you ever thought you had met your dead relative's spirit at these séances? If you have never had the pleasure of attending a séance of this phase, you have missed a rare treat. The writer has assisted at many a one and will relate to you some of the wonderful phenomena occurring at them and the means used to produce them. There are hundreds of materializing mediums doing business in this country who are swelling a good-sized bank account. Their business sometimes runs into the hundreds of dollars in a single week. This phase of mediumship is considered by the spiritualists as the highest possible attainment, and if you are a clever, full-form medium, your financial welfare is assured. Many and various are the methods employed by the different mediums to produce this phase. It is in Boston, New York, and San Francisco that it is worked the finest. The full-form séances most often met with are very simply worked and easy of performance by the medium. You are usually given a seat in a circle of chairs about the front of a cabinet made by hanging heavy curtains across the corner of the room. If you are a stranger, or one who looks or acts as though he would grab the spirits, you are seated at the farthest point from the cabinet, or if there are 2 rows of seats, you will be given a seat at the back row. I made my way to the materializing séance at which my friends hoped to materialize. I was admitted to the séance room and found about 20 persons already assembled. I was seated in the front row of chairs. The cabinet used was a closet about 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. The ceiling of both the room and the cabinet was of wood. After a thorough examination had been made of the cabinet by all those who cared to do so, the sitters were rearranged to suit the medium. There were present now 35 persons. The séance room was very large. The door had been taken off the closet that served as a cabinet, and in its stead were hung heavy curtains. The floor of the room was carpeted with a dark carpet, as was the cabinet. The light was furnished by a lamp placed in a box that was fastened to the wall some 8 feet from the floor. This box had a sliding lid in front, controlled by a cord passing into the cabinet. By this means the spirits could regulate the light to suit themselves without any movement on the part of any of those in the séance room being necessary. When everything was in readiness, the medium entered the cabinet, seated himself, and was tied, and so secured to his chair that it was impossible that he could have any use of himself. He was most thoroughly secure to his chair, and his chair nailed fast to the floor by passing leather straps over the rounds in the side and nailing the ends to the floor. After it was shown to the sitters that he was utterly helpless, the curtain was drawn. The manager now placed an ordinary kitchen table in front of the door of the cabinet, so that it stood away from it about 2 feet. The table contained no drawer. On the table was laid writing materials, a guitar, and small bell. The manager seated himself close to one side of the cabinet entrance and started a large Swiss music box. Before it had finished the first air, the lamp was shut entirely off, making the room inky dark. An illuminated hand and arm was now seen to come from behind the curtain and played an accompaniment to the music box on the guitar. We could see plainly the movement of the hand, arm, and fingers as it manipulated the strings of the instrument. It did not appear necessary to finger the strings on the keyboard, although the air was in a key that made it impossible to tune the guitar so that an accompaniment could be performed without fingering. However, but one hand was visible, and it was picking the strings. After the tune was finished, the hand left the instrument and moved out into the room to the front of the table, and from the sound we knew it was writing on the tablet that had been placed there. The arm was of bluish light and appeared to end just above the elbow and to have no connection with the body. It finished writing and seemed to float into the cabinet near the top. The light was opened, and the manager requested those who had tied the medium to examine his condition and see if the ropes had been tampered with. The examination was made, and it was evident that the fastenings were undisturbed. The communication was read aloud to those present and contained the following: quote, "We are pleased to meet so many seekers after light and truth here this evening, and from the conditions, as we sense them, we will have a satisfactory and pleasant séance. The way to obtain the best results is for each person to maintain a passive condition and take what we have to give. You may rest assured that our best efforts will be put forth to give you entire satisfaction. The Control." Close quote. The writing was exactly on the ruled lines, although written in absolute darkness. The hand and arm, although luminous, did not give out a particle of light. The arm had been at least 5 feet from the cabinet opening and 7 feet from the medium. Surely it was not he. The message read, the light was again shut down, and the music again started. Once more a hand appeared, and floating out to the table, again began writing. Of a sudden the hand disappeared, and after a few seconds I was astonished to feel a hand thrusting a paper into my top coat pocket. Now appeared 2 hands, and they played an air on the guitar. Now came 3, then 4 hands were visible, bright as the day. 2 of them began writing again, and when they had finished, 2 more sitters were the recipients of sheets of paper. Soon the light was opened for an inspection of the cabinet, which was made, with the conclusion that the medium had not moved. Those of us receiving communications were afforded an opportunity to read them. We found them nicely written as before, and all contained tests. After the light went out again, more hands were seen. The table was floated about over the heads of the circle, as was the music box, which weighed at least 50 pounds. Another examination of the cabinet was made, and everything found satisfactory. This time the light was not put entirely out, but a very dim light was allowed. The music box was again set playing, and while yet it was playing the first tune, a tall figure, robed in creamy white, with gleaming sparks in her hair, and on her head a sort of crown, issued from the cabinet. She was recognized by a gentleman present, a spiritualist, whose spirit guide she was, and who addressed her as "my queen." She stood a few seconds behind the table, and then stepped out in the open space between the sitters and the table. The gentleman now arose from his seat, and, standing beside her, holding her hand, conversed in a whisper with her for some seconds. This was most assuredly a lady, if appearances go for anything. Her hands were quite small, and were warm and lifelike, as several, including myself, can testify, having been permitted to shake hands with her. At last she started to the cabinet, and as she went, appeared to grow shorter, until, as she disappeared between the curtains, she was not much taller than the table. The manager now explained that the spirit had remained out rather too long, and came near dematerializing before she reached the cabinet. Now came the spirit of a young man, dressed in a light suit of clothes, who gave his name and said his mother was present. She was, and had a few words of conversation with him when he disappeared into the cabinet. The lady said that it was unmistakably her son, but there was something that was not as he had been, but what it was she was unable to describe. The next spirit to present itself was my son Eddie. He came out from the cabinet calling, "Papa, Papa." The manager asked, "Who is your papa?" And he replied, "Mr. Smith." All this time he stood between the table and the cabinet, and only his head and shoulders could be seen. The manager told him to step out where he could be seen, when he came around to the front of the table. It was rather dark, but I could swear it was my son. He was just the right size, with long flaxen hair, and a very pale face. He wore a light-colored waist and darker knee breeches and stockings, with a large black bow at his throat, just as I remembered seeing him last in health. While Eddie was still standing in front of the table, a large man came out and shook him by the hand. Eddie spoke, saying, "Must I go back, Grandpa?" The form turned toward me, saying, "My son, this is a great pleasure to us, but we must not long remain, as it is our first attempt at materializing." He turned to go when the manager said to him, "If the gentleman is your son, you ought to give him your name." "The name of the child is Eddie, and my own is J.A. Smith," replied the form, as they vanished into the cabinet. The manager suggested that it would be well to examine and see whether the medium had been out or not. The cabinet was examined, and everything found satisfactory. Spirit after spirit came from the cabinet, one or two at a time, for an hour. Some of them came to friends, and others were controls of the medium. Many of them were recognized by different ones of the sitters in the room. I, for one, could swear to the identity of my own son, Eddie, while my father was plainly recognizable. The room was again made dark. Suddenly there appeared on the floor, in front of the table, a light about as large as a baseball. It moved about in a circle of perhaps a foot in diameter, and grew larger. It soon lost the shape of a ball and appeared to be a luminous cloud. Seemingly we could see into and through it. In the course of 30 seconds it had become as large as a 6-year-old child. Still there was no definite shape, only a fleecy cloud-like mass, turning, twisting, and rolling. At the end of perhaps a minute it was the size and shape of an adult person. The face could not be seen, but light, luminous spots were visible, as though the hairs and ears were decorated with gems. The shape spoke and requested light. As the light was turned on, the luminousness disappeared, and we beheld a beautiful young lady clothed in a dazzling white costume. Her arms and shoulders were bare, and about her neck there was a necklace of what appeared to be very brilliant diamonds. Her feet were encased in white slippers, with straps across the instep. In her ears and hair glistened and shimmered beautiful diamonds. Her face and arms were as alabaster, and altogether she was one of the most beautiful women I had ever beheld. She was recognized by a lady and gentleman present as their daughter. They had met her here before. They were from the East and were wealthy. The spirit requested that they come to her, which they did, and were each kissed and embraced by it. They held a moment's conversation with her and resumed their seats when the lamp was slowly turned down. As the light became dim, the spirit became luminous. The face and arms disappeared, and the body became as a cloud again, turning and twisting and growing smaller until it was nothing but a small light spot on the carpet, which of a sudden disappeared entirely. Immediately after this manifestation, an examination of the medium and cabinet was made, and it was certain the medium had not been away from his chair. The light was again turned out and the music box started, when 2 bright spots appeared on the carpet, one at either end of the table. These went through the same process of development until, when the light was turned on, there was another beautiful female spirit at one end of the table, and a child of perhaps 8 years of age at the other. The child was recognized by a lady present as her daughter, while the adult spirit was recognized and rapturously greeted by a gentleman who sat near me on my left as his darling angel guardian. They had quite a long conversation, in which they made use of very endearing language each to the other. I supposed it was the gentleman's wife. The spirits did not disappear as the first one had, but when the light had been turned off, the luminous shape revolved a few times, and on 2 occasions assumed the garb and shape of men, and when the light was turned on again, there stood the men with beards and men's forms. After some 8 or 10 of these materializations and dematerializations before our eyes, the last couple completely disappeared. The light was again turned down, and a luminous shape came from the cabinet, followed by others, until 7 of them stood on the floor. The light was turned up until we could see the 7 spirits. 5 were females and 2 males. They were of different sizes. The curtain at the door of the cabinet had been pulled aside, and we could see the medium sitting in the chair in which he was bound. The forms now filed into the cabinet again, while the music box played. After they had disappeared, the light was turned up, an investigation made of the cabinet, and the seance was over. There, reader, is a truthful description of what can be witnessed at the seances of mediums who are artists. None of your bungling amateur work here. The work of such a medium is always satisfactory, for the reason that if a man feels sure that the medium is a fraud, he has been so well entertained that he does not regret the money paid for the opportunity to witness it. This is the class of medium also who frequently succeed in getting large sums of money from wealthy persons they have converted to spiritualism. Did the writer not give you the true explanation of the manner in which these things were produced, you would probably say it was conceived by a very fertile imagination. If you believed that he saw these things, you would perhaps offer the preacher's explanation by saying it is the work of the devil, or that of the scientist by asserting that it is the mesmerist's power over your mind, or the operator has discovered an odd force in nature, or go off on a long dissertation on hypnotism and fourth dimension of space problems. However, it is not the work of the devil, neither are there any but natural laws necessary to its production. The seance described actually occurred, and was described in writing by Mr. Smith in the language used, although it was not printed, and the writer was one of those who assisted in its production. We will now proceed to explain this particular seance. It will be remembered that the room and cabinet were carpeted with a dark carpet, and that the ceilings were of wood. The ceilings were decorated by being put on in panels. The ceilings of the cabinet would not have been like those of the room, had the closet been a part of the architect's plans of the house. It was not, but was made by the medium. He simply built a lath and plaster partition from the corner of a wide chimney to the wall, thus enclosing a space of 6 by 4 feet. The panel in the ceiling of the closet was 20 inches square. This panel was doctored and could be displaced, leaving an aperture large enough for the spooks to get through with perfect ease. A light ladder, which reached within 3 feet of the floor of the cabinet, was hooked fast above, and furnished the means of getting down and up again. There were 8 persons connected with the seance described by Mr. Smith, 7 upstairs, and the medium in the cabinet. Of course, it was not necessary that the medium get out of his fastenings, and the facts are that he did not. The table was placed across the cabinet door, not to lay the instruments on, but to be very much in the way should anyone make a rush and grab for the materialized forms. In case this occurred, the spooks above would close the light, making the room perfectly dark, and the manager would do his utmost to turn the table on end or side, with the legs out in the room. Before the grabber could get the lay of things and get past it, the spooks would have gone through the trap, closed it, pulled up the ladder, and the grabber would have found the medium writhing and groaning and bleeding from the mouth. The bleeding was for effect, and was caused by sucking very hard on his teeth and gums. The table also served a convenient purpose in the materialization and dematerialization through the floor. You now know where the spooks came from in this particular house, and how they got in and out. Now let us see how they managed the materializations, and the properties used to produce them. The trap and ladder were practically noiseless in their operations, but the music box made assurance doubly sure that the least sound from the cabinet should not be heard in the seance room. When the box began its first air, the trap door was opened, and down the ladder came a young man clad in a suit of black tights. He was entirely covered with black, with the exception of his right arm, which was bare to a point a little more than halfway from the elbow to his shoulder. The bare arm glowed with a luminous bluish light. This condition of things was brought about by powdering his arm with pulverized luminous paint. If you are not told the method of transforming the sticky paint to powder, you will not be able to do it, and will conclude the writer was romancing in this case. The most essential thing to you will be to know where you can procure this paint. The writer has been unable to procure it anywhere except of DeVoe & Company of New York City. It is put up in a package resembling 6-ounce jelly glasses, and you will get 6 of them for $5. In order to reduce it to powder, thin the contents of one of the glasses with 1 pint of turpentine. When it is thoroughly cut and incorporated into the turpentine, soak strips of muslin in it and hang them out to dry. When thoroughly dry, you can shake the powder from the cloth. In order to powder one of your arms, gather one of the cloths in your hands and use it as a powder puff on your arm. You will not be able to get all the paint out, but the pieces will make luminous crowns, slippers, stars, and luminous decorations for your robes. You will be under the necessity of perfuming your robes each time they are used, for the odor of the turpentine will always remain to a greater or lesser degree. To illuminate a robe or costume, the mediums always say robe, you proceed the same as in the powdering process, except add to the pint of paint, you will add a wine glass full of damar varnish, which will prevent its falling or being shaken off as powder. You are not to make the robe of muslin, but of white netting. Every lady will know what netting is. It is the lightest, thinnest material the writer ever sold in a dry goods store. 10 yards of it can be put into your vest pocket. Do not scrimp the material, but get as much of it into your robe as possible. When he of the luminous arm steps from the cabinet into the dark room, no part of him is visible save the arm. He picks the strings of the instrument with the illuminated hand and fingers, the keyboard with the other. He makes a sound of writing on the tablet and tears off a leaf, which he conceals, and drawing a long black stocking over the luminous arm, places in the pocket of the sitter a communication that has been written upstairs in good light. This accounts for the even, beautiful writing supposed to have been done in the dark. He covers the luminous arm so that anyone so inclined could not locate it in order to grab when he is near enough. By mounting the table, that luminous hand and arm can be made to show as though it was floating about near the ceiling. When 4 hands were visible, there were 2 spooks at work with 2 arms illuminated. You can readily understand the forces that floated the music box and table above the heads of the sitters, and an explanation is useless. When the first female spirit appeared, it was, in reality, a young woman dressed in a gorgeous white costume, without paint, hence the light was turned up instead of down, in order that she be visible. Rhinestones and Sumatra gems being cheap, she was plentifully supplied with diamonds. Although many of those who are the queens or spirit guides of controls of wealthy spiritualist fanatics wear real diamonds, the gift of their wealthy charge, or king, as they usually call him. When she started for the cabinet, she used her hands to keep her robe from under her feet, and as she went, stooped lower and lower, until, as she disappeared in the cabinet, she went on her hands and knees. This is what caused the appearance of dematerialization. When Mr. Smith's son Eddie came from the cabinet, he was represented by a boy of about 8 years of age, the son of one of the female spooks upstairs. He receives $2 a night for his services, the same as the larger spooks. He was powdered until he was very white, a blonde wig put over his brown hair, and dressed as most boys are at the age Mr. Smith's son died. Mr. Smith recognized him by his size, his light complexion, and flaxen hair, and the fact that he called him Papa and gave his correct name. His father was made up from the description given by the medium and acknowledged by Mr. Smith as correct. Of course he knew his own name, for it was given him by the slate writer. We now come to a part of the phenomena that all spiritualists who have witnessed it will swear by. What is referred to is the materializing and dematerializing of the spirit from the floor and before your eyes. In this you see first a small light, which grows larger and larger, until there stands before you a fully formed female or male spirit, as was described in Mr. Smith's experience. In order to accomplish what he witnessed, the same spook who had before been recognized by a gentleman as his queen, prepared herself in the following way. Divesting herself of all clothing, she donned a simple, long chemise that reached her shoe tops. She drew on a pair of white stockings, and over them a pair of white slippers. Into her hair and ears she put rhinestone diamonds, and around her neck a necklace of the same beautiful but valueless stones. On each earlobe and around her neck were put small spots of the luminous powder to represent the diamonds while it was dark. Her face was powdered, and her eyebrows and eyelashes darkened, while a dark line was drawn under each eye. She now took a black mask that covered her head and her robe in her hands, and went down to the cabinet. Arriving there, she put the black mask over her head to prevent the luminous diamonds being seen until the proper time. She carried her robe in a black bag. Crawling from between the curtains and under the table, she exposed on the floor a small part of her robe. This she shook and moved about, allowing it to escape from the bag until it was all out. She was now from under the table and on her knees, and it was time the head show on the form, so, getting close to the robe, she threw off and under the table the black mask. The shape was now the size of an adult. She adjusted the robe to her person and rapped for light. As a matter of course, when any light was made, the luminousness of the robe was drowned, and she appeared in simply a white costume. The necklace and eardrops could now be seen, but when the light was such as to reveal them, the luminous spots had disappeared, leaving the spectator to think the ones he now saw were the ones he had seen in the dark. The process of dematerialization will now be apparent, and the description will only tire the reader. One small spook was all that was required, as he could be made to represent boy or girl as was desired, by clothing him in the garments of either sex. At the close of the seance, the full force of spooks came into the room. After disappearing, they shinnied up the ladder, drew it after them, closed the panel and the trap in the floor above it, replaced the carpet, and pushed over the place a heavy bedstead, from which they took the casters. They now carried the ladder downstairs and concealed it in the coal house as they went through it on their way home. They will get their pay next day. Should ever so close an examination of the cabinet be made, you could not find anything wrong. This particular medium has taken investigators into the cellar beneath the cabinet and the room above it scores of times, yet nothing was discovered. You are not always to search for the trap in the ceiling, nor yet in the floor. A trap is not possible in the ceiling except a closet is used as cabinet, and the ceiling is of wood. Where this condition of things does not exist, you must search elsewhere. The floor is a very likely place when it cannot be made in the ceiling. If you do not find it there, examine the base or mopboard. If it is in the mopboard, you will find upon examination that there is a joint in it near the corner of the cabinet, but you will find it solidly nailed with about 4 nails each side of the joint. This appearance of extraordinary solidity will be absolute proof that it is not solid. The nails are not what they appear, but are only pieces about 1/2 inch in length, and do not even go through the board. The piece is fastened on the other side with a couple of bolts that hold it very firmly in place. There is a corresponding opening in the mopboard in the next room, although no attempt is made to so carefully conceal it, as no one is ever admitted to it. Through this trap the spooks enter the cabinet by crawling and wiggling. It is not a very desirable trap, for the mopboard is scarcely ever wide enough to permit of a trap that the spook could get through in a hurry. Besides, they must assume their costumes after they get into the cabinet, or tear them to pieces. You can see how this would make it very inconvenient. If the room is wainscoted, the spook will have all the sea room necessary in his trap, for it will extend from just below the molding on the top of the wainscoting to the floor behind the strip of quarter round. It is next to an impossibility to detect these traps by examining in the cabinet. They were constructed to avoid discovery, and no pains spared to make them so absolutely perfect that not one chance in a million is taken. The proper place to seek for traps is in the adjoining room, upstairs, or in the cellar. One is foolish to undertake to find a trap by thumping the walls or floor, for if you happen to thump one, the medium who is smart enough to make use of a trap is also sharp enough to make provision for its being thumped, and your sounding method goes for naught. Bear in mind that when you are examining the cabinet, you are seeking at the very place that is prepared most effectively to withstand your investigations. Do not forget the manager in your search. He or she is never searched, or never has been up to date, which has been the cause of many a failure to find the properties of the medium when the seance was given in a room and cabinet furnished by a stranger and skeptic. Do not be deceived into a belief that all of the sitters are strangers to the medium. There may be 1 to 5 persons present who pay their money the same as yourself, and who may appear to be the most skeptical of anyone in the room. They will generally be the recipients of some very elegant tests, and weep copiously great grief-laden tears when they recognize the beloved features of some relative. They are the most careful of investigators, and, when the medium's trap is located in the door jamb, will pound the walls and insist on the carpet being taken up, when they will get upon their hands and knees and make a most searching examination of the floor. They are the closest and most critical of the investigators, but they are very careful to examine everywhere except where the defect is located. Because 1 or 2 men seem to be making such a critical investigation, do not allow that fact to prevent you making one on your own responsibility. Wait until they have finished, and then examine not only where they did, but more particularly where they did not. Their examination is only for the purpose of misleading others. Their tests are received in a way to cause those about them to think they admit them very unwillingly, or because they were so undeniable that they could do nothing else. A great many will probably deny that confederates are ever employed. They are not, by mediums who are not smooth enough to produce that which appears so wonderful as to make a good business for them. The writer could advise those mediums who give such rank seances to employ a few floor workers. They are easily obtained, and see what a difference it would make in the amount of business they will do. Get good ones, those who know human nature and know when they have said all that is necessary. Most of them are inclined to say too much, thus causing the ordinary man to suspect that they are confederates. End of section 42. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor.